Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 8. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Act 12. Like a Raging Beast. Chapter 165. Ouyama Daisuki. A being called man is strong. I grew up hearing those words from my father. He was a genuine karateka, whether it was me, my little brother, or my second little brother. He donned us in training garb the moment we were aware of our surroundings and started our basic training. We were famous in our neighborhood as karate idiot siblings. A being called man is strong. Those were the words that I believe. That was only natural since I was unmatched in brawling ever since I was in elementary school. With this strength that came as the fruit of training from my father, I used my fist to gain the right to play basketball in the gymnasium or soccer in the training field. It was also with this fist that I won the huge quarrel against the students from other schools over the right to use the biggest park in neighborhood to play baseball with my classmates. The me of that time was a hero. Everyone was praising me, or maybe, afraid of me. Since I was strong, I'm definitely a man amongst men. The me of that time didn't doubt this. A being called man is strong. My father, no, the thing that made my faith waver happened when I was in middle school. As we entered our growth spurt, the men who became taller than me appeared one after another. I was by no means a shorty, but I wasn't that big either. When I was lining up along with my classmates, I was right in the middle. Naturally, it didn't mean that height had anything to do with being strong. Since I had the body and skill that was drilled into me since my childhood, I absolutely wouldn't lose against those brainless dudes who only had their heights. But then, I came to realize that there was a difference between my weight and those who were taller than me. The sport such as judo or boxing was divided by weight. Why did it get divided in that way? It was simply because the difference between weight couldn't be bridged with skill alone. When I entered the second year of middle school, I finally realized that I had no talent. You became more skilled just by becoming taller. I became even more conscious of that when my second brother finally grew taller than me. I think I'll try Shiromine High. In the spring of my third year, I told my family about my intention to enter Shiromine High when we ate around the dining table. I see. Shiromine High is that famous prep school, right? Ooh, big bro is awesome. Our big bro is smart after all. Both my parents didn't actually oppose my choice, rather, they're clearly delighted. Both my brothers were praising me for being able to try Shiromine High, which was famous for its high deviation value. Everyone gave their blessing to me for choosing Shiromine High. In reality, the me of that time wished that they would stop me instead. I wished that my father would knock my head with his iron fist as he shout this fool. I wished that my little brothers would shout, "Are you running away from karate? A being called man is strong." At that moment, my faith in those words had already crumbled. I was a man, I'm supposed to be strong, and yet, I knew better than I was weak. That's why I made studying my escape. On the front, I said that I wanted to become a man who excelled in both martial arts and literal arts. So that means I'm not a man if I'm not strong. Why none of you are shouting at me? Why did no one stop this weak me? I mean, the time I allocated for preparing for the entrance test was longer than the time I allocated to train karate. I mean, I don't care about studying or whatsoever. I don't care even if I'm stupid. I just want to become stronger than before, and yet, it's cold. On the day of the entrance test for Shiromine High, I was attacked by intense cold temperatures as soon as I left the business hotel in which I spent the night before. My hometown had a warmer climate. Damn it, how can I act like a sissy? If I pass the entrance test, I might have to live by myself in this place. No, I'll get accepted for sure. I mean, I used Shiromine High as my escape from karate, family, and classmates. I even boasted to them that I'm gonna get accepted for sure. As a man, I'm definitely going to get myself accepted into Shiromine High to keep my promise to them. Thus, I ran towards Shiromine High with such a resolution in my heart. I had finished my review the night before, and also took the right bus. I arrived at the school gate and found the table with my number without any mishap along the way. I saw numerous test takers in front of the school gate. Well, it was Shiromine High after all. Students from various regions gathered to take the test, not just the students of this city. They're simply not wearing their uniform right now, that's why it was hard to distinguish their origins. But like hell, I'm gonna lose against them. All of them were my rivals. And I'm gonna beat them all. Fuwa. So sleepy. Suddenly, I heard a lazy yawn which was akin to pouring cold water onto my burning spirit. When I turned my eyes to my side, glaring towards the yawning bastard who dampened my mood with an irritated look on my face. Uoo, a good man. In that way, I was rooted on the spot. That's just how manly the yawning man who sat beside me was. Is this guy really the same junior high school graduate like me? His appeal as a man was through the roof. The yawning man was tall. And he ain't just your usual lanky and tall, his body was clearly trained. His contours were enough to tell me about that fact. I could feel deep down in my heart that there was a power, overwhelming power hidden beneath his seemingly lazy appearance. He had perfect chest muscles and broad shoulders. And yet, he didn't look like a muscle Daruma either thanks to his long legs. Instead of Japanese, he was just like an action star in a Hollywood movie. Though he had blonde hair, his face was that of a Japanese. An extremely good-looking one on top of that. Though a blonde-haired man who made such a big yawn was usually seen as nothing more than a delinquent, when this man did the same, it was as if it came straight out of a famous movie scene. He was an extremely charming man to the point that I couldn't take my eyes off him. Ryuichi. The man then looked in the direction of the voice who called him, perhaps his friend. Oh, Yuto. Thank God you came properly. Well, can't keep acting like junior high school forever after all. But if it's you, I guess you will be accepted quite literally whichever high school you're going to go. So you won't leave me alone, huh? As if. Let's pass this test together. The friend who called out to the yawning man with a smile on his face was a really handsome man. Oh, what is this? Are you telling me that these kinds of guys are not that rare in this city? I mean, the only time I saw something like this was in a TV drama. Could it be that all of this was just a dream since I couldn't endure the pressure of taking this test? Those two then proceeded to enter the school building while I was still thinking about such stupid things. So his name is Ryuichi, huh? The tall, blonde-haired man was Ryuichi, and his friend, the idol-like fella, was Yuto. Ryuichi was my idea. Fuck, what in the hell I'm thinking about? Calm down, I'm not gay. But when I saw an ideal man, the figure which I always dreamed about, I couldn't help but have this yearning. Goddammit, like hell I had the time to worry about such a thing. Phew. I took a deep breath and tried focusing my mind. Before I noticed, I had already sat on the desk with my number in the classroom while I was mulling over the situation. The test would start in less than 5 minutes. Finally, it was the moment of truth. Let's give my all. This is a manly, one-on-one battle. Bring it on entrance tests. Please, please. Damn it, the shorty who prayed like a girl beside me is so fucking noisy. Oh fuck, forget about my statement just now, ain't that fella actually a GI? Wait a fucking minute, that's a Gakuren. So you're actually a man, huh? I mean, what the hell is with that face? Are you a man, a girl, or an elementary school student? Seeing a weak-looking guy like him was enough to make me irritated. Well then, let's begin the test. Damn it, if I fail in this test, I'm gonna curse this girlish shorty who sat beside me. Ha! The test had ended safely without a hitch. Though I was so nervous right before the start of the test, it turned out I could finish it without a hitch. I could see it. This might be what you call the fruit of my labor. Well, if I didn't get accepted, I could only blame myself for that. It's finally over. Let's board the first bullet train tomorrow to go back home. Anyhow, I was walking towards the hotel where I was staying while reporting to my father. The sun was about to set, and though the temperature dropped even further compared to the morning, well, can't be helped, it was in the middle of winter aft. You where? Please stoop. Suddenly I heard a man's miserable cries. My ears weren't playing a trick on me. It came from one of the back alleys. Your fella just came out from that Shiromine, ain't ya? This uniform ain't from this area. So, did you come to this place to give us some of your pocket money? When I passed by that alley, I saw a splendid, textbook example of money extortion. There I saw a trio, whose appearance was definitely that of a delinquent, was currently surrounding a fatty. From their conversation, I guessed that they were extorting a small amount of money from the test taker. Sorry, please, let me go. It's fucking too little. Ain't need to worry, we're gonna leave you with enough money to go back by electric train. That's why give your money quickly. One of those Yankees used a knee strike on the fatty. It was an extremely clumsy attack devoid of skill and weight, but the fatty still crumbled down in agony upon receiving that knee strike. Good grief, such miserable fella. Not only did he not train his body, but his heart was also very brittle. He was just a fatty who could only grow fatter. Oi, the fellas over there. I hate such fat ass and gutless fellas like him, but the fellas with twisted guts who surrounded others to extort money from them were even more disgusting in my eyes. What the hell are you? Who the hell is this fella? Are you this fatty's friend? Shut up. Just scram already, Yankee like you bastards are just eyesores. Their merry atmosphere from before vanished as soon as I provoked them like that. It seems you really want to make trouble with us, son tu. Hey, what shall we do to this fucker? Y'ar ain't someone from this area. It seems this fucker has no idea what it means by selling a quarrel to us. Been a long time since I got this irritated. The trio leapt toward me at once. The fatty escaped from the alley as soon as the trio's attention focused on me. He was, unexpectedly, a quick-witted fella. He didn't even thank me. Let me teach a lesson to this baldy. Ain't a baldy, it's Cree-cut. Your eyes must be so rotten. One of the three stepped forward. He looked like the most short-tempered one or maybe the most skilled amongst them. But well, the tallest amongst them was definitely even taller than me. Like hell I'm gonna lose against such lanky and untrained fellas. You're doing karate? What the hell you're surprised about, fucking Yankee? The Yankee suddenly asked such a question upon seeing my stance, meaning that he realized that I did karate despite looking like a stupid Yankee. You ain't supposed to laid your hand on amateurs like us, ain't cha? What? It's already too late to worry about that. I've already received a black belt a really long time ago. It'll be a huge mess in various ways if it's known that I used my karate on them. In the worst situation, even if, for example, I got accepted into Shiromine High, they would reject me for my behavior, but screw that. I'm also a man. Like hell, I'm gonna back off after I went this far. This fucking baldy is so annoying. Kill him. The Yankee then took out a knife as he said so. It was a butterfly knife. It was small but still, a real knife. It could easily tear my skin, or pierce if used for a stab. Damn it, for this fella to take out an edged weapon, this guy must be really pissed off. Die. The Yankee was closing in while grasping the knife in his right hand. Naturally, I had no experience in fighting against an opponent armed with an edged tool. Damn it, ain't the time to get cold feet. It's just a cheap, dull knife. These gutless Yankees wouldn't be able to beat my karate, but still, I'm really gonna die if I get stabbed by that knife. I might really die. This wasn't a brawl anymore, it was a death battle. Can I win this? Can someone who escaped from karate like me win this? Ora! I snapped out when the blade of the butterfly knife arrived right in front of my eyes. That was close, just barely dodged that one. I felt a dull pain running down my leg. Damn it, did he kick me just now? G8. Unexpectedly, my stance crumbled. But ain't gonna fall on this place, so I forced myself to propped up. Ku. I stepped back upon seeing the cold knife's blade swing before me. When my stance was already half crumbled, the knife came to take my life, and I was unable to move for some reason. Shaura. Guha. And then, my body finally collapsed on the cold floor after receiving another sharp kick. And then, a sharp kick landed on my stomach as if to not give me any moment to breathe. Die. Die baldy away. And then, numerous kicks landed on my collapsed body. He was aiming for my flank and face, and had yet to show any intention to stop. That was only natural since this wasn't a match. This was street brawling. Weak. This fucker is too weak. This baldy is just all bark and no bite. Geez, now you said the words that you should have never said to me. Weak. Sure, I was weak. There was no way I, who showed such an ugly appearance, was strong. Damn it, it seems I got cold feet 'cause this small fry suddenly took out a knife. This Yankee wouldn't dare to stab me. I noticed now that all they did was brandish it to show off and use that gap to attack. That was his basic tactic. When my focus was completely on the brandished knife, he landed a low kick on my unguarded leg. And I lost so easily against such cheap tactics. No matter how you look at it, it was my loss. Ugh. Damn it. Or, this one seems to be a test taker of Shiromine too. Let's extort him in place of that fatty. The hell you're talking about? We ain't gonna let him off with money alone. Those Yankees started rummaging through my bag and pockets as they said whatever they wanted. But, no matter how much they screamed or cursed me, there was nothing in there. Hey, shall we beat the hell out of him? Let's make him pay with his front teeth. Oh, I found a smartphone. Let's take a photo of this fella's penis and spread it to his entire contact person. Let's say commemoration of taking entrance ceremony. Foo-ha-ha-ha, great. That's great. That's savage. If it's me, I ain't want to live anymore. I shuddered upon hearing their vulgar laugh. Ain't gonna complain about any kind of pain since I was used to it due to my karate training. But, oi, stop. Aura, undress quickly. Hey, like hell I'm gonna do that. Can't be helped. Guys, you seize his legs. Stop. Stoop. I couldn't resist at all when two of them were pinning my legs. After they untied my belt and just when they're about to pull my slacks down. That's enough. You're about to go too far. The male voice of someone who happened to pass by resounded. Thank God, reinforcement. The moment I thought so, I felt an extremely unpleasant feeling. Ain't need your pity. Ha! Who's now? Just a passerby. But, I can't just close my eyes after seeing what you guys are trying to do. I've already reported this to the police. You better get out of here quickly. Police? Ha! Do you take us for an idiot? Ya think we're gonna be scared of them? You're not a native of this area, huh? Don't you know that we're from Shiromine? Though I had no idea what kind of high school gave birth to these low lives, it must be a really dangerous place since they carried a real knife and swung it around in street fights. Ain't gonna think that they would retreat willingly just by reporting to the police. I see, well can't be helped then, I guess I have to use brute force. Seeing that the Yankees were unwilling to back down, the passerby finally stepped up. Oh, what? Ya want a piece of me too? Be careful, this fella is clearly more troublesome than that baldy. Ha, worry not, I'm gonna finish this in a flash. Maybe because he got ahead of himself after he managed to beat me, that knife Yankee stepped up again. On the other hand, the man who came to save me. I'm a judo practitioner. Amateurs like you lot won't stand a chance against me. He didn't seem to be bluffing. That Yankee was right, the passerby fella was a tough one. He was tall and burly. A bear-like man. Moreover, that wasn't all, his muscle was extremely tempered, maybe even more than mine. Judging by appearance, he looked like a calm and composed big man with round thin glasses and was clearly older than me. Senior high school, no, he might be a college student. Haha, so it's judo after karate. Fine, defeating both of ya will increase my fame. He took out his butterfly knife while shouting vigorously. Yeah, even if he was practicing martial arts, there was a difference between being able to face an armed opponent and not. After all, modern martial arts were nothing more than a sport. Since you take out a knife, I guess I can't go easy on you. Are you ready? Fool. The one who needs to get prepared is Yo. Ha. Just when I thought the knife bastard was going to charge towards the judo guy, he stopped right after he took the first step. Both of them were out of each other's reach. And yet, the knife-wielding Yankee bastard actually dared to yell at the judo guy. The attack came from outside of the range. It was a long-distance attack. In short, the judo guy threw a stone at the knife-wielding Yankee. Oh oi, how dare you throw stone? That's cheating. Is your judo just for show? The hell you're talking about? This is a brawl, right? Why should I use martial arts rules in a brawl? And since you bastard are using a knife, It means that I can use stone. The judo guy threw the stone calmly as he walked towards the knife-wielding Yankee who just staggered after his head got hit by a stone, and lifted the latter by the cuff of his neck. Well, since you're asking for it, I shall use some judo moves on you. And thus, he performed a splendid shoulder throw. The knife-wielding Yankee's back struck against the asphalt. Even I shuddered upon seeing such perfect execution of shoulder throw since it didn't allow any resistance at all. Ka, hi. Fu. The mouth of the knife-wielding Yankee was flapping repeatedly like a goldfish gasping for water. Yeah, that must be really painful. Well then, who's next? Oi, this is bad. Yeah, this bastard is dangerous. The two other Yankees started to get cold feet upon seeing the judo guy easily turn the table against their comrade. I could see that their eyes had already lost their fighting spirit. Humph, if you lost your balls, then get out of here quickly, and don't forget to bring your fallen friend too. I'm telling the truth about calling the police. They're tad too slow and troublesome though. It seems that even those idiot Yankees had realized at this moment that trying to fight the judo guy would only result in them experiencing the same pain as their comrade. The two then carried the knife-wielding Yankee with them as they left the alley. Are you okay? That was a close call, her. Big, strong, and burly. I was saved by the very personification of my ideal image of a man. I felt so miserable and yet glad at the same time. Surely, the moment I lost against the knife-wielding Yankee was the moment I lost my confidence as a man. That's why I felt like my meeting with this judo guy was a fateful encounter. The time when I knew that his name was Sujino Takashi, the student who took the entrance test for the same high school as me, was when we met again during the season when cherry blossoms bloomed at the entrance ceremony of Shiromine High. Chapter 166, Ruined Cities Boss 1. It had been a few days since we pushed our way through the depth of the ruined city, but we finally found the goal. Yeah, that one definitely looks like a boss room. Yeah. When we arrived in the deepest part of the area, the ruined city had already turned into a jungle city. This area was filled with high-rise buildings, so this place might be the center of the city. There might be a lot of treasure boxes in this area, but we had no time to wander around in this Western RPG open world-like map. Therefore, we decided to go straight towards the boss room and search only the area around our route. It seems the boss of this area, who had been waiting for us in the center of a jungle high-rise building, had quite a compact size. That building was around 5 stories, which almost turned into a giant tree. But the magic compass was pointing towards that place. Most of all, it was different from the other areas. There was this bizarre presence, or should I say it felt like stagnating mana. Rem. Go. After replying to me, Rem ran into the high-rise building-like boss room. The one who entered was Rem the First, who had already strengthened even further with the addition of 3 living armor that protected the treasure box containing potion. Her base form had steel-like muscle from Goliath and was clad in black steel armor resembling that of living armor. No matter how you look at it, she was such a splendid black knight. Her inside might look empty since she used living armors as material, but she was definitely Rem. I was sure that the inside of the tinplate bucket-like full-face helmet was Rem's black skull with her shining red eyes. Her equipment was a set of greatsword, large spear, mace, and shield, literally all our armament we could lend her. Unfortunately, I could only use simple alchemy formation. That's why all I could do was enhance the quality of the weapon. If it was the sage, Takanashi Kotori's alchemy might be able to create a new weapon instead of only enhancing it like my case, but well, I guess this was the limit of basic skill. Fortunately, the living armor's weapon was already powerful enough even without my enhancement. It was a reliable weapon as long as the user was strong enough to wield it. And Rem the First, who equipped all 3 living armor's weapons, was the strongest Rem. The Black Knight Rem entered the building with shield and mace in her hands. It was a wise choice since the greatsword and spear with long reach had poor compatibility with narrow passage. But those weapons of choice weren't my instruction, it was Rem's own judgment. As expected, she was different from those stupid summoned skeletons. She could think for herself. Gugo, Gagaga. No enemy or trap her. Yup, shall we go? Yeah. Mchan and I followed Rem to enter the building. There was nothing around the entrance. It was just a temple hall. Unfortunately, We didn't find any treasure boxes. It's as if the boss room was right underground. The compass obviously pointed downwards. Since that was the case, we should find the stairway to the basement floor first. I mean, inside the building was the same room and passage as everywhere else. Was the entrance really in this building? It looked the same as the other ruined building from the outside after all. As if that wasn't enough, I didn't even find a single high zombie at all. Kotaro-kun. Maybe it's the stairs that we're looking for. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Mchan found stairways on the first floor. The reason it was placed in a conspicuous place in the corner, surrounded by a wall, might be because it was an emergency stair, or deliberately hidden as a hidden passage. But still, a secret basement in an inconspicuous building really gives me a bad premonition. Considering the fact that zombie-type monsters such as High Zombie was running rampant in this area, I could say that this building must be related to the mastermind behind the zombies' outbreak. Was the kind of scenario that appeared in my head. In the first place, this dungeon itself felt like a giant, underground research facility. But since the High Zombie wasn't that powerful, it had zero to no impact in this dungeon. Thus, we went towards the boss room almost without encountering any kind of trouble. For some reason, this area gave the same feeling as the normal dungeon. I agreed with Mchan. I felt the same as soon as we descended. The ruined buildings in the city did feel like they're made of inorganic concrete, but this place gave a familiar atmosphere to us. It was as if we're back to the starting point of this dungeon. But the boss of this area was definitely waiting right beyond this point. After we arrived in an open, gloomy plaza, I felt a powerful presence enveloping our surroundings. Let's take a brief rest in this pace. Yeah. We decided to ignore the powerful presence of the area boss and just take a rest. Even if the boss's presence made it hard for us to rest, preparation before the battle was a must. Somehow, it felt like we're entering a safe point in front of the boss room. What? Dissatisfied? Then blame your inability to get out of the boss room. Seeing that you couldn't get out of your room, we had no choice but to take our time to get enough rest and preparation. Moreover, they're going to be on alert until we enter the boss room, right? Since that was the case, let them wait for a bit longer. It wasn't as if we caused inconvenience for them. Kotaro-kun, I brewed tea for you. Thanks. I drank pseudo tea made from a mysterious herb while enjoying the honey dango. Yup, it's delicious. It felt like my brain was invigorated by the supply of sugar. Moreover, thanks to this sweet, the herbal tea with questionable flavor tasted quite delicious too. Phew, as I enjoyed the combination of sweets and tea, I confirmed our war potential before we entered the boss battle. First, we got the main attacker, our strongest ace, Mchan the Berserker. There was no special upgrade in her armaments. Her main weapon was still the same Black Iron's Knight Halberdand Dark Tower Shield. Since it was originally an item that was enhanced by Takanashi Kotori's alchemy from the armament they took from the living armor, it was literally impossible to gain even more powerful equipment than this unless it came from the living armor-type boss. It's just that the shield ended up riddled with holes after the battle against crazed Sakurai-kun. Yeah, his strength was no joke since his arrow could pierce such a thick and massive shield. Anyhow, since leaving those holes alone might pose an unseen danger in the future, I tried to give it an emergency repair with simple alchemy formation. It might have magic properties since it was an extremely tough material, thus simple alchemy formation might be able to do something about it. Alas, the Dark Tower Shield didn't give any reaction at all. In the end, the best thing I could handle was iron. Since that was the case, I decided to plug the holes on the shield using melted iron from the Govu's knife. Better than nothing. In addition, Mchan had Dismemberment Demonic Butcher's knife which gave the air similar to that of Cursed Weapon as her sub-weapon. It seems that she used this knife to kill Sakurai-kun. It was Mei-chan's favorite due to its excellent sharpness. Well, that was natural, it was originally her kitchen knife after all. Thus, I think we should be fine even without upgrading our current equipment. I mean, we literally insta-killed the boss of the previous area, Goliath, with these armaments. Next was Rem. Rem the First could be upgraded to her living armor style Dark Knight. Rem the Third was also received a little upgrade. We took the remaining parts of living armor's armor to patch her up. Rem the third equipment was a hammer down from Rem the first armaments. But since her spec was far lower than Rem the first Dark Knight, I thought that it would be much better to equip her with a bow as our ranged attacker. Well, she was more like our all-around player. Rem the second was Arachne, otherwise known as Arachne Rem. She was responsible for our supply line since she carried the treasure box on her back. After that, I would summon a skeleton army with Fool's Cane before challenging the boss and have Arachne Rem arm them with weapons. But then, since Arachne Rem had a limit in how many armaments she could carry with her, she mainly carried a few swords with her. Nevertheless, being armed was better than not. Well then, the last one was me. The thing I could use as a weapon was the red knife, and then Higuchi's butterfly knife, my strongest weapon. But well, my current main weapon was the Fool's Cane though. I guess I should use the best skull amongst my collection for this fight. And yeah, Shaman's skull is definitely the best for a serious battle. The main reason for that was its extremely powerful offensive skill, poison. And the ability that allows me to buff my ally's weapon with enchant was a huge deciding factor in choosing Shaman's skull. Rather, I might have to use Summoner's skull first to summon skeleton and change the skull later since I could command the skeletons even without the cane. Nevertheless, we got really buffed up, Mchan, Rem the third, 13 skeletons. If it went by number alone, we'd overwhelm the other party. And speaking of the boss room, we really rushed into the boss room only with this number of people. Well, whatever, these numbers were our clear advantage for now. Shall we go now? Yeah. Mchan stood up leisurely as if she was only dropping by the coffee shop before a date. I walked behind her, following the reliable back which didn't give the feeling of excitement at all entering the boss room. Another hall of the boss with few screw loose in their head, And as I expected, the boss room was a hall but there was a twisted column around it. On the wall was an ominous relief of ivy or snake jam-packed together. Just staring a few seconds at it was enough to make me sick. It's okay, it won't become a hindrance during the battle. Mchan, who thought nothing about the design of the wall and only focused on the upcoming battle, was truly a splendid warrior. I mean, when I met her in this dungeon for the first time, she was such a crybaby who bawled non-stop saying that this dungeon's design looked like a temple of an evil god. And who knew that such a crybaby would transform into one of the most fearsome warriors I've ever met. Sure enough, it doesn't look like this bad taste of the design has anything in particular but... Oh. When I was looking around the hall restlessly, I heard quiet footsteps approaching this place. The boss finally made their appearance, The boss seems like a high zombie's boss, The boss's figure with red muscle fibers wrapped by an almost transparent white husk was definitely the figure of a high zombie. The only problem was its size. The boss was a 3 meters giant. Its figure was macho, or should I say that its upper half swelled up unnaturally. Its muscular body and log-like arms alone were enough to tell me that this fella was power type. For some reason, this fella had the same design as the boss in a zombie shooting game. What do you think, Mchan? It looks strong but not that overwhelming, perhaps. If she felt that way, it meant that this boss was truly a power type, the muscle brain. I mean, Mchan had the experience of fighting against the living armor boss who had both power and technique, not to mention her fighting against 4 heavenly king Gogmas and their boss, 4-armed Gogma. In fact, speaking of strong bosses, I guess it was only natural for her who formed a party with Soma Kuin's harem to meet those powerful bosses due to their powerful lineup. But I think the setting had already been corrected now since she was partying with me, thus we got a slightly weaker high zombie boss. If we fought this fella, I think we might be able to beat this guy fairly easily. Muoo. Chwaioi. And then, the fucking boss raised a high-pitched, transvestite-like war cry despite being a muscle Daruma. Just when I thought it was some sort of a signal for the start of the battle. Uo. Aye. A familiar war cry resounded in the entire hall. This bastard, don't tell me. Red lines suddenly appeared from the ominous-looking relief and the eerily distorted pillar, forming a crooked magic circle from which the high zombies were coming out. These zombies seemed like they were summoned from the entire area with that magic circle. Rather than that, their number had already exceeded a dozen. Damn it, this fella is the type of boss who can summon small fries to assist them. Katato-kun, get behind me. Mchan sent me a slightly worried look. Yeah, that was natural since I might be put in a dangerous situation if the high zombies and the boss were attacking at the same time. But the man in the game, a boss with this kind of gimmick, should be defeated as soon as possible. I mean, the high zombies seemed to be able to spawn infinitely. Mchan, Rem, please take care of the boss. But that means I'll do something about those small fries. Rather, please take down the boss as fast as possible while I'm taking care of those high zombies. Understood. Garuru, Goga. Mchan, who believed in my strategy, then went to fight the high zombie boss immediately. Right behind her was Black Knight Rem. Since we're aiming for a short, decisive battle, we had to attack with our most powerful combat potential. I did feel nervous since Rem the first, Black Knight left my side to fight alongside Mchan, but we would be at disadvantage the longer we fought. For that reason, I was completely focusing on defense in the absence of our party's ace. Nevertheless, I'm glad that the enemy coming out are the enemy that I'm used to. Spread Rotten Bog. First, I deployed Rotten Bog to gain a territorial advantage against my enemies. Since we couldn't retreat, my back was facing against the wall as I deployed the bog in the front. Since High Zombie couldn't feel pain and they were always charging at their fastest speed, they had bad compatibility with Rotten Bog. They could easily cross over several meters wide acid pool with ease. The acid would melt a few their feet but was far from enough to stop them. That's why I rarely used this skill in this ruin, but it didn't mean it was completely ineffective against them. Ava. Well then, let's splash a lot of acid on their stupid heads. The high zombie slipped upon walking in the pool, and though it stood up immediately, it raised a cry of pain or fear upon seeing its melted limbs. The high zombie sprinted like a girl as soon as it saw me. In short, it was really careless with its footsteps. It would jump down if it met the kind of obstacle like stairways, but it didn't give a shit if it was only on the level of feeler-like water plants on the water surface. Or should I say that it completely failed to notice its existence? In addition, it looked like a human and walked on 2 feet, but what do you think would happen when it tripped over a rope while running at its fastest speed? The answer was, it fell flat head first like some sort of punishment game. Incidentally, they lacked the sense of camaraderie too. They were just brainless idiots who kept charging forward even when their comrades fell right in front of them. Thanks to their egoism, I was still safe and sound. ABAA. Yu-Gi-Oh! Thus, the high zombies kept crashing down all over the place. That's why Rotten Bog alone was enough to defeat them. The fallen one became a victim of Rem the Three Roads arrows and the bashing of the skeletons. Incidentally, they did so while avoiding building corpses in the pool. The most solid way to cross the bog was by building numerous corpses on it, they're sprinting all at once. Since I have skeletons, I more or less managed to remove the corpses from the bog, but yeah, it wouldn't be for that long. I give up, their spawning rate is faster than my expectation. Though my tactic managed to trim down the first wave of the high zombies, the summoning circle on the wall and pillar kept sending new waves of high zombies one after another. There were several patterns of the summoning system of these small fries. One is the one that could only summon fixed numbers. One where it was constantly summoning undead at regular intervals. The one that summoned at irregular intervals existed too. The worst of all was the one that summoned more in accordance with the other party's strength. In short, even if, for example, you could exterminate an army of small fry at once, the last type of magic circle could send an even bigger scale of an army. In that situation, the solution was either sparing some of the enemies or just dealing damage enough to keep the enemies barely alive to deceive the perception of the summoning magic, preventing them from sending more and more enemies. But this wasn't a game and there was no walkthrough for this boss battle, thus I had no choice but to analyze the situation in real time. Maybe this summoning circle has some sort of deficit that I can use to crack it down. Welp, the second wave was coming. Half of them got buried inside the acid bog. It meant their numbers were at least twice as much as the first wave. The skeleton squad which I equipped with sword and Rem the Third had already ambushed them from behind, but their subjugation speed had clearly become slower compared to when they exterminated the first wave. Finishing off the high zombies who fell into the acid bog was a simple matter, but the skeletons were barely hanging in there. We barely managed to cut down most of them when I assisted them with my feelers. I was already hard-pressed even with just 2 high zombies. Good grief, and here I thought that our number overwhelmed them, only to let me taste their number overwhelming our side. Damn it, and it keeps spawning those high zombies. Their speed didn't seem to be that much different from before. Though the time we needed to subjugate them had increased, I might as well be making an assumption that there wouldn't be any other variation depending on how we subjugate the second wave. When the summoning speed of the high zombie exceeded the time we needed to exterminate them, that would spell our defeat. Currently, we needed less than 3 minutes to crush the second wave. Crap, the situation was even messier than my expectation. Mchan. When I took a glance at the boss battle in the main hall, it was right at the moment when Mchan released a big slash towards the boss. The halberd's blade sliced through the boss's shoulder diagonally from above its shoulder. That gashing and the bloody wound should have caused considerable damage towards the boss, and yet, numerous small tentacles wriggled around the wound instead of blood. Kyoaa, Ku. The boss, which now turned into a grotesque being with tentacles wriggling out from its body, kept fighting while raising a war cry. Damn it, it can transform on top of having high recovery ability. Stop adding those ridiculous gimmicks. Even Mchan was frowning as she was facing that lively boss who kept brandishing its strong arm and tentacles. It seemed the tentacles appeared due to the slashing wound, and from the looks of it, the same thing had already been repeated a few times. I mean, those tentacles were growing from the boss's flank and feet, meaning that it would recover no matter how much we cut it. To make the matter worse, those tentacles were also acting as some sort of bump against the incoming attack. Any half-hearted damage would only strengthen the boss. Damn it, those tentacles will only prolong the boss battle. To win this boss battle, we had to find a way to defeat the boss with its ridiculous regeneration speed in one single attack while I kept the high zombies' army at bay. Was this a checkmate for us? Chapter 167, Ruined Cities Boss 2. Was this a checkmate for us? No, calm down, I still have some unused cards left, or should I say that now was the time to search for a breakthrough. Any more than this, the current me wouldn't be able to exterminate the spamming high zombie fast enough. Shaman was always lacking in terms of firepower after all. In short, I should start with finding a way to stop them from spawning. I lacked understanding in the matter of summoning magic of this world. I mean, it was only a while ago that I could summon a skeleton, the weakest of the bunch. Yes, I didn't understand, but what would happen if I tried to stop the magic circle? Arachne, try to aim at that pillar first. Match your timing with me. 1, 2. Spiderweb twine. Omitted the 3. Both Arachne and I fired bundles of spider thread with all our power towards the nearest pillar. Just when a new high zombie was about to spawn from the magic circle on the eerily twisted pillar, when its upper half was about to come out, mine and Arachne's threads came at that moment. Goo, The almost out high zombie was struggling while raising a loud cry since its entire body got sealed with extremely sticky spider thread. But that's all it did. This type of spider thread was weak against fire, but it was overwhelmingly strong against physical attack. Well, it wasn't actually impossible to tear it off with high zombie's power, but those fellas were idiots who only knew about swinging their limbs wildly towards their opponent. No matter how much they swung their arms around, they wouldn't be able to get out of that spider thread forever. That's why I thought that spider thread was the best material to seal high zombies. Okay, it seems possible to split our job. Arachne, you aim for the wall. Esha. I handled the nearby pillar while Arachne headed towards the wall in the opposite direction, which had a magic circle floating on top of it, and fired her spider thread to seal each of it. The quantity of the binding thread to high zombies was reduced by half, but it should be strong enough to keep those spawning high zombies at bay for a while. This should be enough to reduce the number of spawning high zombies, but, well, as expected, it's literally a piece of junk if this simple measure alone is enough to stop it. Just as I expected, the newly summoned high zombie pushed aside the tied-up one. Placing an obstacle on top of the magic circle couldn't stop the summoning process. The summoning circle didn't lose its function and kept summoning new high zombies, but even the newly summoned high zombie was caught by the sticky thread. Does this mean that even if we can't stop the summoning, it's possible to keep them at bay? No, that's wrong. Stopping their movement was more than enough. Yosh, Arachne, close all summoning circles with your thread. Third, finish off the rest while we stop their reinforcement. Kisha, Gugaga. Both Rems raised a war cry as they moved to fulfill their duty. Arachne Rem's ability to manipulate spider thread was far above mine. I mean, she could fire the thread from her hands, butt, and mouth after all. The thread she fired sealed the summoning circle on the pillar and wall, binding the high zombies that came out from there. Even when the next one had already been summoned, it needed at least a few of them to exhaust the previous sticky thread. Now then, how many seconds does it need for a summoning circle to summon 5 high zombies? And as long as we could take care of the sealed high zombies during those times. VOA. EI. Get lost. Poison. Some high zombies who managed to slip out from the skeleton's army and Rem the Third came toward me. But they got insta-killed with a combo of Fool's Cane and Shaman's Skull. Man, there was nothing better than offensive magic that could blow these small fries to pieces in one sitting. Great. Now we've the high ground. I killed the rest of the high zombies while sealing their summoning circle with poison. Since our opponent's reinforcement had been slowed down, the balance of the battle started to tilt to our side. When I was looking around, I noticed that the number of the summoned skeletons had already been reduced to half due to the battle against the high zombie, but that wasn't a big deal since I could resummon them whenever I wanted by replacing the skull fitted on my staff. Now it was the time to use human wave tactics with summoning magic. Phew, we somehow managed to stop them. After we dealt with all of those enraged high zombies, we only needed to deal with those who got sealed in place and those that just got summoned. With this, the reinforcement from summoning magic had been completely sealed off. Since it had already reached this situation and my skeleton squad had numbers to their advantage, I sent 2 of them to every summoning circle since all they needed to do was behead the high zombies. In that way, the summoning circle had already sealed. Though the corpses of high zombies kept increasing, as long as we set some of them aside and applied Arachne Rem's thread again, the trap could be used as much as I wanted. With this, I can finally help Mchan. Kotaro-kun, I defeated the boss. So fast. Yeah, I killed it as fast as I can. And then, right behind Mchan, who waved her hand cheerfully towards me, was the body of the boss of this area, which was already butchered into something that befitting a horror movie. Wait a minute, how did you defeat it? That fella should have incredible restoration power, right? Yeah, since it kept growing those octopus-like tentacles from its wound, I just gouged its core from inside its body. Woo, that's too OP. But it was a brilliant tactic nonetheless. Seeing that there was a boss room, we had no doubt that this magic stone was a core. It ended fairly easily thanks to Remchan's cooperation. Gugaga. Upon a closer look, I saw the spear used by Rem the First Dark Knight was sewed into one of the boss's legs. It seemed she acted as Mchan's assistant. Yup, my judgment to assign Rem the First was correct after all. Good job, Rem. And thank you for your hard work, Mchan. Yeah, it's easier since you sealed the summoned high zombies for us. No. You know that some of those high zombies slipped out of my extermination and headed towards you, right, Mchan? You know that, and yet, I left those guys to you since I was completely in a defensive situation and had no leeway to take care of them. Sorry, Mchan. Anyhow, as before, the MVP of this boss battle was Mchan, who literally soloed the boss. I was satisfied with surviving this battle and not becoming a hindrance for her. Well, shall we use the teleportation circle? Yeah. Since there was only one high zombie boss, there wasn't that much loot to pick. For the time being, we're picking its bones, meat, and tentacles. And the teleportation circle appeared in the deepest part after the boss room as per usual. And it might be thanks to the fact that we've beaten the boss, the high zombies were also stopped spamming. The sign of someone trespassing this place was none. Yup, it should be okay. Since I've confirmed the safety, now we could teleport with ease. Thus, we were teleported while being embraced by Mchan. Zazan, and thus, we're welcomed in the next area by the calming sound of waves. The seemingly endless blue color spread beneath our eyes. It was a sea, a fucking sea. Could it be that the teleportation circle is broken and we're actually sent to an uninhabited island? Those anxieties did pass my mind as I saw the blue sky, the blue ocean, the seemingly never-ending white, sandy beach. Since we come out properly in the ferry plaza, this place is undoubtedly inside the dungeon. Maybe. The place we were teleported to from the boss room had always been the ferry plaza of the next area. And then, the place we were sent to was an extremely beautiful, southern island-like resort with a beautiful, white sandy beach. The ferry plaza in which we could see those beautiful scenes unhindered was located next to a stone building built on top of the slightly elevated cliff. Unlike the jungle, the ferry plaza was surrounded by small buildings. Kotaro-kun, this place is definitely inside the dungeon. Though she seemed to be doubting this place a while ago, Mchan suddenly turned 180 and said those words with a convincing look on her face. Why are you so sure about that? We're still inside the dungeon. The sea isn't spread until the horizon, it is blocked by a wall at a certain point. Seriously. I tried to take a look again at the vast, blue sea spreading in front of us, but I couldn't see the end of the sea at all. Mchan might realize that fact with her sharp, berserker instinct. In short, this isn't a true sea, it's just an extremely large pool, right? I can't see it clearly with my eyes, but yeah, it's something like that. In short, the sky and the sea was nothing more than an extremely advanced CG render. I've never seen such a gimmick during my exploration until now, but could it be that the forest dome had the function to display the natural environment? Well, it was way too advanced to the point that we should just ignore those gimmicks. The most important thing was the fact that this was an artificial sea area. Even if you say that it's just a pool, considering its size, there should be an aquatic monster. The only aquatic monster I've ever met was Boss, crocodile-like lizardman, and Gyra in the underground lake area. Since this was a sea resort-like area, there might be a sea monster in here. In short, we'd to be very careful since this was the first time we met this kind of environment. Since it's just afternoon, and we just finished a boss battle, let's just do a simple exploration around the ferry plaza and then take a rest. We'll start exploring the area tomorrow. Yeah. Well then, let's enjoy the white sandy beach immediately, shall we? 1, 2, Pule, Ya. Gugaga. Mchan and Rem pulled a huge net made of spider thread on the sandy beach with my command. Inside the pulled spiderweb net were 1, 2, 3. Basically it's filled with fishes with glittering silver scale. Ha ha ha, we got a big haul of fish. Well then, we might have finished with scouting the area, but if you're wondering why we're catching fish with makeshift fishing net, I've to say that the fishes were right there, waiting to be caught. Let's go back to 2 hours ago. Look Kotaro-kun, there's a lot of fish swinging in this place. Mchan spoke like a child, yet her eyes were that of a predator that had found its prey. Sure enough, this part of the sea clearly had a lot of fishes swinging in a group. Appearance-wise, they looked like normal, edible fishes. Since our diet always consisted of meat nowadays, I started to miss the taste of fish. Seeing them swimming freely in the sea, I got this craving to eat them. When I looked at Mchan, she had already leapt into the sea, towards where she felt the presence of the fishes. Mchan, can you fish? Yeah. I've no problem whether it's sea or river. She might have mastered such skills to eat freshly caught ingredients. On the other hand, I had zero experience in fishing. I was an indoor type. But maybe it's much better if we cast a fishing net. Can you make a fishing net, Kotaro-kun? I have already made a hammock before. Well, I've always made enough for a few people every time we arrived in the new ferry plaza. That's why you could say that I was fairly skilled when it came to creating a net with spider thread. Creating a fishing net is easy pea. Ha! Why is this thing so fucking heavy? I mean, it wasn't the usual net, it had a conical shape. Though it turned out to be rather challenging, I quickly cast the makeshift fishing net into the sea. And then, we got a big haul of fish thanks to Mchan's rich experience in casting the fishing net. Let's see, edible, edible, not edible, edible, not edible, edible. But not that delicious. There were various kinds of fish caught in the fishing net. There was silver-scaled pike mackerel-like fish, tropical-like multicolored fish with triangle head, heck, I even found goldfish-like fish or puffer fish-like fish. Wait a minute, this guy's poison is bad news, right? I appraised each variety of fish really carefully with pharmacy intuition. Around half of them were edible, a bit less than half were also edible but not delicious, and the rest contained deadly poison. I set aside the last one to create a new poison. The sun has set, let's go back to the ferry plaza. Yeah, this much is enough for our dinner. I really can't wait to taste the fish after a long time. Mchan, your drool, your drool. The sky might be just a projection, but it seemed to be synchronized with the passage of time. When I looked at my watch, it was only a little bit over 6 in the evening. Even if it was just a fake, being able to see the sky itself calmed down my mind. Chapter 168, Live in Tropical Country. Our follower, Momokawa Kotaro. Why yes. Sea crap, it felt like she was about to launch a surprise attack on me. Well then, I came to ruin Hilda-sama's divine space like usual. Well, it was the usual chaotic universe, a mysterious space befitting of a god. You're using a cane, huh? Yes. And my apologies, I only noticed this as of late. She might be referring to the fact that I used fool's cane. I mean, that was the only cane that came to my mind when she referred to cane. Those called shaman are wielding canes. You've finally taken another step forward. Thank you very much. Anyhow, I always welcome the first part, the praise, but here was the scariest part of being called to this place. I mean, the last time I called into this space, she split my body right in half right after she praised me. Be gentle for this one, please. Whether to advance, retreat, or stagnate, it's up to you. You may choose peace by not doing anything or choose anything. In truth, you've to tread a thorny path if you desire a change. Whoopsie, here we go, a mysterious and incomprehensible lecture from Ruin Hilda-sama. As for me, I didn't give a shit about the truth, I only care about whether it would hurt like hell or not. That's why my apologies, Ruin Hilda-sama. Your lecture went into my right ear and exited from my left ear. Good, since your fate has connected, it'll form karma. No matter which path you choose, I'll be. What? Wait a minute, please don't stop your speech with such a cliffhanger. I shall grant thee a new curse. Ruin Hilda-sama, please don't stop your lecture in such blatant way by leaving such cliffhanger. Thank you very much. Hey, please tell me that this lecture wasn't some sort of flag for a certain event, right? Everything will be okay, right? The way you stopped talking in the middle made me feel uneasy, but walking along, the shadow of Fossard will never change and stay by your side. She showed her bony hand with long and sharp fingers. This pattern, she was going to stab me with her fingers. Was she aiming for my forehead this time? Or eyes? Or heart? Spare my crotch, please. I gritted my teeth, preparing to accept the incoming pain. When I opened my eyes that closed by reflex due to many painful experiences in this space, I saw Ruin Hilda-sama's fingers pointing behind me. What's the matter? Is there something behind me? Though I was curious and wanted to turn around, I managed to suppress my curiosity with fear, but this might be one of those events which I had to turn around. So, I resolved myself and turned around. What the who? A black shadow was standing quietly over there. The shadow, yes, it really was a human-shaped shadow. Upon a closer look, its limbs were wafting around as if it were idle. It had no face or special traits. Just a simple human shape that didn't seem to be any different, but for some reason, I got this feeling that its physical features resembled mine. Could it be? And then, with a flick, my line of sight turned around to that of the shadow. Zazan, and thus, we're welcomed to the next area by the calming sound of waves. The seemingly endless blue color spread beneath our eyes. It was a sea, a fucking sea. I leaked an extremely sloven voice as I was lying slovenly in a splendid beach chair. Beside me was a small, low, round table with ice-cold lemonade on top of it. Sprawling lazily on this beach while enjoying the rich, pseudo-sunlight raining down incessantly was exactly like a vacation in the southern country. Yeah, as if the life inside the dungeon was a big fat lie. This is bad. I don't want to leave this place. It had been more than a week since we arrived in this coast area. We'd already finished exploring the area, and I even got a new curse from Ruinhilde-sama on the first night we arrived in this area. We ended up overstaying our visit since this place was very comfortable. I mean, with a lot of delicious fishes, sweet fruits growing nearby, free for picking. In the forest, there was a whole lot of plump chicken-like birds literally telling us feel free to eat our eggs and meat. And Mchan was really happy as long as there were new ingredients to find, and the same went for me. During such a beautiful life in which we could forget about dungeon capture and enjoy our vacation in peace, I started to abuse simple alchemy formation to create furniture or tools during our spare time. This beach chair was something I made by using the timer around this area with simple alchemy formation. The same went for the small, round table. Even the cup of the lemonade was made from timber. Since a certain fruit which we found around this area had just the right lemon-like acidity, we could make fake lemonade by using that fruit and honey. Since we had enough supply of fresh water from the fairy fountain, I just needed to use Witch's kettle to freeze the water and make ice for lemonade. Which reminds me, lately, Mchan managed to gain perfect control over Witch's kettle. Well, it was actually possible to tamper with its function to a certain extent. That also reduced the number of pots that I made for each function. Currently, having a few subs for the heating purpose was enough. Those could be used not only for cooking food but also to create condiments or preserved food. The fish could be dried, and salt could be prepared with ocean water. The salt was slightly different from Goma's salt, or rather, for us who are used to Japanese sea salt, it felt like our standard of living in this dungeon survival went up to another level. When we're talking about nostalgic taste, the first thing that came to mind was soy sauce. We're lacking the ingredients for that, but the taste of fish sauce should be close to that. Fish sauce was a type of seasoning made by pickling fish in the heap of salt. Though I heard that fish sauce such as Nampla was quite famous, I've never actually tasted it before. Since we got so many varieties of edible fishes, Mchan insisted on making more variants of it. Until just the other day, she was completely engrossed in her research to find the most delicious fish sauce by experimenting with every available fish in this place. Finally, her passionate research bore fruit. Mchan finished the perfect fish sauce. When I tried it out, I almost shouted, "This is soy sauce," due to how similar it was to soy sauce flavor. But then, thanks to the additional flavor and deliciousness of the fish which became its ingredients, it was. Wait a minute, could it be that it was actually more delicious than soy sauce? And though we successfully recreated soy sauce, what made both Mchan and I most elated was the fact that we could pick all those delicious fruits. I mean, a dessert after a hearty meal was a must, right? This was the extreme of luxury, or should I say development. Take this lemonade for example. It was made from fake lemon, or should I short it as fakemon, a fruit which could be found around this area that tasted infinitely close to that of citrus. And look up there, the most indispensable part of southern country, palm tree look-alike. But the one I liked the most was the fruit with rich and mellow sweetness like the combination of peach and mango, momo mango. It was so fucking delicious, yet so rare. Even after investigating the area, we only found 2 such fruits. When we found them, deciding which to eat was so fucking difficult. In the end, we went for 50-50. Nay, I'm a third, and Mchan 2/3. I wanted to hold back from eating too many sweets. Anyhow, we got a peaceful place that we want, a place abundant with food, and a sandy beach for sunbathing. I can't help but start to miss survival life. To be honest, living this slow life wasn't a bad choice. The food was delicious, and we could maintain this comfortable lifestyle as long as we'd ruin Hilda-sama's curse, and most of all, I wouldn't feel lonely since Mchan was with me. Well, from her perspective, she might want to be spared living like Adam and Eve with someone like me in this place. Kotaro-kun, lunch is ready. And so, when I turned around towards the one who called me with her enchanting, sweet voice, I saw the charming figure of a woman who I wanted to spend my life with as Adam and Eve. Mchan, who rushing towards me wasn't wearing her usual sailor uniform but a white bikini. It was the extremely risque kind which almost completely exposed her massive and atrocious twin mountains that could instantly wipe out my sanity. The way her massive jug of tits swayed up and down as she ran made it to look like they're about to pop out of her bikini bra that barely hung in there, or rather, I couldn't help but wish it to just pop out. Sorry, my deepest apologies for forgetting to pray to you just now, Ruin Hildesama. Yeah, I'm coming. I replied to her while faking a calm face, stooping forward a little bit so she wouldn't realize that my lower body had gotten really excited. The creation of that swimsuit was a huge blunder. What? Why did I make it then? I mean, look, this place was hot, there was a sea with white sandy beach nearby. It was only natural that I wanted to make a swimsuit, right? And so, I casually made that white bikini for Mchan. Well, to be honest, I made it with some hidden motive. Or rather, it was filled with my hidden motive. In fact, thanks to my frequent use of spiderweb, the current me could weave proper clothes or two. To be exact, I could manufacture clothes with simple alchemy by using Arachne's thread as the materials. Since my curse could even fulfill the clothes part of 3 basic necessities of life without any problem, the spider thread white bikini for exploring the beach area was complete. To be honest, I got really horny when I created that swimsuit, but as soon as Mchan wore the completed product with a delighted look on her face. Whoops, let's not talk about this matter anymore. If I had to say, it was to the point that I was forced to create a pareo on the spot to cover my spider thread trunk for me. I mean, it was a really convenient item since all you needed to do was wrap it around your hip to hide the inside. Yeah, maybe it's about time for us to end this southern country life. There's a lot of delicious food, a peaceful environment, and with the addition of the seemingly never-ending temptation, I might really give up on continuing the dungeon exploration if we stayed any longer. That's not good. I want to go back to Japan, even if we couldn't. I refuse to be trapped in this sorry dungeon where you had no idea what was going to happen next for life. And most of all, considering how many of my classmates died, and those killed by me until we arrived at this stage, the people who I failed to protect and lost their lives as a result. Thus, there was no way I'm gonna stop in this kind of place. Their dead souls would never forgive me for that. Anyhow, let's do our best from tomorrow. Even if today was the last day of our vacation and there was only half a day left, I had no problem with it. Yosh, let's go. Despite our reluctance, we departed from the beachside ferry plaza which gave us comfort until today. Following the direction of the compass, we'd already walked along the coastline for a while now. We engaged in combat whenever we encountered any monster along the beach, still wearing a swimsuit. Its defense power was non-existent, but it didn't really matter since the school uniform we wore so far also offered 0 point of defense. Naturally, I wore a shirt since I couldn't calm my mind unless I wore something to cover my upper half. Mchan, on the other hand, was still in her glorious swimsuit form. Even now, her ever-glorious and tempting twin Everests were bouncing non-stop by my side. Okay, calm down little me, don't go into berserk mode. Something came out, Kotaro-kun. Nice timing, monsters. Now I finally had something to distract me from the tempting massive, twin object beside me. As expected, it's Jira's her. The figures that came out from the waves one after another were bipedal fishes. To be exact, it was a human-like monster with a fish head. I've fought them once before in the underground lake, but this one seemed to be their variant. I mean, their color seemed to be brighter than the one in the underground lake. Look, there's an even bigger one. For some reason, it gave a Gova-like feeling. Yeah, it seems to be called Jajira's. The almost unreliable mail function suddenly sent an update notification this time. Both Mchan and I received the information about Jira's type monsters. I see, I've prepared for this, but yeah, this is just disgusting. Amongst the crowd of Jiraces that appeared before us, one was a head taller than the others, and more muscular. It felt like the scenery of a single Govu mixed amongst Goma, really obvious. And then, this Jira's version of Govu, Jajira's had far bigger fins than normal Jira's, with acorn barnacle covering its body and limbs. I mean, it looked like the real version of urban legend which said that if your knees were grazed in the sea, someday it's going to be filled with acorn barnacles. I mean, the scenery of so many spiral-shaped shells jam-packed together was enough to send a chill running down my spine. And those acorn barnacles acted like some sort of armor for Jajira's. Practically, it might be impossible to cut through the acorn barnacle with a blunt blade. Kotaro-kun. Giant acorn barnacle is actually a high-quality ingredient. It's really delicious when you steam it with salt and sa. That fella is inedible. Give it up and just mow them down. Though I felt bad for her, I really had no choice but to stop Mchan's gourmet adventure with this one. Hearing that, she charged straight into the crowds of Jiras with the might rivaling that of a dump truck, yet she looked rather disappointed for some reason. Nevertheless, her figure when she was swinging around her huge halberd in her bikini was really fantastic. Now, the Jiras whose body was covered in black shells were raising a war cry while raising the spear in its hand. Gogogyo. Phew, done. The Jira's army that charged recklessly at us was completely obliterated by Mchan, whose raw tits kept trying to charm me. Even though there were traces of their blood splattered on her bikini, it could be washed clean immediately. Well, that aside, Mchan was really a berserker. An extremely charming berserker. By the way, I used the corpse of the strongest amongst them, Jiras, to create corpse doll, and recycled the rest. Nowadays, thanks to my constant use of Rem, the Dark Knight, Arachne, and the Third, in addition to summoning skeletons troopers, I could barely create Rem the Fourth. If we're going all out, it would be extremely difficult to maximize each other's potential. That's why when we included this Jiras, this guy couldn't be counted as war potential. But then, I still had to turn this fella into corpse doll since there was nothing wrong with having too much war potential. Well then, I'm looking forward to working with you. Gyogyo. The black Jira went into the sea while raising a strange cry. Ooh, as expected of fishmen, she could swim very well. Her figure got away in the blink of eyes, and vanished between the waves. Why did you send her away, Kotaro-kun? Mchan came to ask me after she'd washed off the blood splatter on her swimsuit. Yup, her figure wrapped in the wet swimsuit was even more charming than before. I want to try looking inside the sea. At the very least, this place was a dungeon. To be exact, a giant pool made to resemble a coastal area, complete with the sea, flora, and fauna. I mean, we received blessings of the sea in the form of marine products until just recently, but since we met Jiras after we decided to leave, there must be monsters living in the sea. Maybe, we could find something that was different from the monster in the sea. Problem was, I had no idea what was the form of that something. It could be an extremely dangerous magic trap or a sunken ship filled with treasure. Just curious since we couldn't survey the area inside of the sea. It feels like a normal sea for me though. Well, it was something akin to sea diving after having enough of the life in the southern, coastal country. And let's pick some delicacies such as sea urchins or shellfish if I find them. That area near Ferry Plaza was surprisingly peaceful, and yet Jiras come out once we entered this area. So there might be a Jira's nest at the bottom of the sea of this area. I see, we might be wiped out if we're fighting in the sea. No, let's not speak about being wiped out. I mean, let's stop talking under the assumption that we're gonna be wiped out. Mei-chan's train of thought became rather strange after her transformation into a berserker. Anyway, let's entrust the matter of investigating the sea to Rem, and while we look for campsite around this area. That moment, a water column rose on the sea surface far from our position with Zapan. A single glance was enough to affirm that it was caused by a huge creature. What the hell is that? It's like a whale or shark. It was clearly the appearance of a huge, aquatic monster. But we're on a sandy beach, far away from where that creature appeared. That's why Mei-chan spoke with such carefree voice as if she was in the middle of a tour to see migrating whales. Sure enough, it wasn't dangerous for us. But, booty, its sheer size that rivaled that of Thunder T-Rex or Salamander along with its overwhelming presence was enough to send a chill running down my spine. I'd imagined it would be a giant shark or great octopus king, but I never expected for a mosasaur to appear. I only saw it for a moment, but the creature with huge fins on a whale-like body and the crocodile-like head was most similar to the prehistoric dinosaur that I know, mosasaurs. It was a carnivore, oceanic reptile that lived in the latter Cretaceous period. To put it simply, it was an oceanic dinosaur. In addition, Jira's Rem was eaten by that fella. I mean, my connection with Jira's Rem suddenly interrupted right when that oceanic dinosaur appeared. Well, this sea turned out to be far more dangerous than our expectation. What shall we do if that fella turns out to be the boss of this area? Please stop flagging us, Mei-chan. I was rather familiar with the underwater stage in the game. But then, it was an impossible feat for normal humor. Wait, Tendao-kun did jump into the underground lake to fight the crocodile-like boss. At that time, I'd be praying desperately to be gifted with a skill that will allow me to fight underwater. It might be impossible for me, but I want to give one chance to Mchan. Maybe we should train our underwater combat skills from now on. I mean, we're in our swimsuit too. Let's not force ourselves to do the impossible. For the time being, we'd only raised our vigilance towards the monster that landed from the sea. We're safe from that dangerous-looking giant monster in the sea as long as we're still on land. Chapter 169, Red Raptor. After Jajira's rem was eaten by that mosasaur-like giant aquatic monster, we walked away from the ocean and then entered the forest that resembled the jungle area in order to build our camp there. We avoided camping along the coastline, which barely had any hiding place for our cover since we found out that Jiras frequently went to the land. And even if the jungle area we choose was far from safe, the current us were focusing on getting away from the Jiras. Those human-shaped fish wouldn't go as far as entering the forest. Our campsite became huge spiderwebs sticking from one giant tree to the others. Rather, we literally slept in Arachne's nest, made by Rem. And there was no need to fear it would get torn to shreds since I've had first-hand experience trapped as stock food for Arachne. In short, the spiderwebs were extremely resilient to the point that it was safe for us to use it as scaffolding. As long as Rem the second aka Arachne Rem made full use of her abilities, she could go as far as creating Arachne nest without its unique adhesive nature, really user-friendly for us. It took a long time to create it, but it was worth it. We needed to guarantee our safety when we built camp outside of the ferry plaza. I pulled a full stop when it came to going to the bed. Great, this should be enough. I nodded in satisfaction while looking at the result of today's hard work along with Arachne Rem. I went up onto the spiderwebs when it was time for bed. There was no need for me to climb the tree since I could create a ladder to climb by using a black hair bind. Mchan and I were sleeping on top of the nest while Arachne Rem was on the lookout. On the ground were Dark Knight Rem and Rem III. Just in case, I also summoned Skeleton's Core. No one was going to aim for my skull collection and clay doll as their trophy anyway. Kotaro-kun, dinner is ready. So, Mchan called me just like usual after she was done with cooking dinner. Today's menu was crab, and crab. Well, we found a giant crab by some sort of coincidence. To be exact, a crab-like monster. It was an atrocious-looking crab with a pair of sharp pincers with sharpness rivaling that of a mantis blade and carapace as tough as a rock spider's carapace. In fact, it was extremely aggressive since it just suddenly rushed at us as soon as it saw us. But even that giant, atrocious-looking crab was defeated by my charming berserker, Mchan, and turned into a full-course crab meal for our dinner. Man, I was really grateful to all edible monsters. It has a light flavor but there's faint umami in it. Yup, it was delicious. The shell that was boiled in the witch's kettle gave faint umami to the soup just like the king crabs. It didn't taste like meat or fish broth, yet was still delicious, as expected of crustaceans. And thanks to its huge size, it also has a lot of that delicious crab brain. Yoop. I was having my fill of crab brain taken from the atrocious-looking carapace with a lot of splinters growing from it. After the dinner, we did simple maintenance of our weapons, and then I did a bit of study about ancient language while Mchan did research about new ingredients, then prepared to go to bed around an hour or two later. We could actually keep the bonfire, but there was no need to maintain it for the entire night. We slept not long after the sunset, and woke up along with the dawn. This was basic to outdoor camping. Well, we're inside a gigantic dungeon though. Well then, since it's been really dark now, good night. Kotaro-kun. My eyes snapped open upon hearing the whisper right beside my ear. Dark. I was surrounded by complete darkness. Even though the night had yet to fully come, or wait, was it midnight already? I couldn't see anything, but I knew that Mchan was right beside me. Maybe, even her face was right beside mine right now. Yes. I reflexively replied with a dumbfounded voice. What could wake her up in the middle of the night? Is it the famous reverse night crawl event? Or else, did I wake up right before the deed and realized that all of this was just my dream? We might have been surrounded by enemies. Seriously. My sleepiness blew away the moment I heard that it was an enemy attack instead of Mchan's reverse night crawl. I then tried to recall the simulation in case we were raided when camped outside Fairy Plaza. What's the identity of the enemies surrounding us right now? It's definitely monsters. They're moving in flocks. But it seems they're stealthy on top of that. So that was the reason why Rems had yet to warn us about their arrival. Meaning that even when she was asleep, Mchan's berserker instinct was still working at full throttle. I mean, the chance of Rem betraying me was 0. The only silver lining in this situation is the fact that the enemies aren't classmates. But still, they seem to be strong. Rem had yet to notice the incoming enemies, or rather, they were already standing by after hearing what I said, but our enemies might be small fries such as Goma since they went as far as approaching us stealthily. Did that mean they're special forces sent by those Jiras to attack us? Something like Navy Jiras, for example? Let's leave this place and go out to the beach. Since our opponent came in the midnight, they were most likely nocturnal. And yet, they could move stealthily in this forest as if they're used to it. That's why there was a chance that they were going to abandon their raid if we stepped out of the jungle and into the beach area. Though moving on to open sandy beach without any cover looked like a poor decision against an opponent whose number was superior to us. For us, being besieged on the sandy beach was much better than being besieged in the forest, our opponent's home ground. I mean, we couldn't shake off the darkness no matter how many torches we kindled in the forest, and we're not used to this jungle. Let's go, Kotaro-kun. Mchan put on her equipment in a flash, and then carried me along with her shield she held in her left hand. With the side benefit namely glued to her soft and tender body, that satisfying sensation blew away immediately due to the sensation of being carried at high speed. It seemed the enemies were about to rush at us anytime now. That's why Mchan carried me and jumped from the arachne nest. I felt an extremely strong impact upon landing. But it was okay since the impact was killed as my head buried into extremely soft gigantic mounds comparable to the most luxurious airbag. It was so amazing, my face was buried so deep in it to the point that I could barely take a breath. Sorry, but can I ask for an encore? We finally got away from them. Now light the torch. Even though all this non-stop action was wearing me down, I looked at Rems and the skeletons and shouted at them. All of them carried a torch with them as our bodyguards during the night time. Though there was no need to use the torch since they could kill all the small fries who dared to approach us during the night, now wasn't the time since we had to intercept the other party. Rem had no problem with seeing in the dark, and it seemed to be the same for the skeletons. That's why they had no problem with their vision even in the darkest of the night, but hey, we're the ones who actually need them, you know? The light from our torches illuminated our surroundings. At least we didn't have to worry about stumbling due to the roots of trees when fighting in this open space. Mchan in the front, Rem the Dark Knight and Rem the Third at the sides, and Arachne Rem to the rear, with the skeleton squads right behind. They started to form a column formation as they ran in the forest. KYOA. A piercing roar resounded in the forest. Humph. The sound of a sharp halberd strike could be heard along with the usual harumphing voice of the lovely berserker who ran in front of me. It was then followed by the death throes of the targets who got hacked to death by Mchan. Did we manage to break through their encirclement? Or did they simply just chase after us who was trying to escape? It was hard to know which one it was, but one thing for sure, the number of incoming enemies kept increasing. Raptor her. Though the fella who got hacked to death by Mchan was thrown back while raising spray of blood, I managed to catch a glance at its dinosaur-like appearance. And due to the torches that illuminated our surroundings, I could see that the raptors that were encircling us were raising noisy war cries. Yeah, there was no mistake about it, all of them were raptors. I heaved a sigh of relief upon finding that we were fighting against familiar opponents. I mean, the scariest opponent was the kind of opponent that we had no idea about. Raptor was amongst the strongest monsters in the small fry category. They were quick-witted, equipped with sharp fangs and claws, and protected with scales. Maybe the only monster who could win in a group battle against them was Gore. According to Mchan, this was the first time we had gotten surrounded by so many monsters, but Mchan, who experienced tremendous growth as a berserker, Rem whose power had been upgraded by the living armor's equipment, and plus alpha such as the skeleton squad and me, We could pretty much get through this situation with ease. Once we managed to leave the forest and entered the beach where we were free from the threat of accidental death, such as having those raptors aiming for me using our blind spot, our victory would be guarantee. Kotaro-kun, the exit towards the beach is. Mchan stopped running once we got through the thicket and entered the sandy beach. When I was about to ask is something the matter, to her while turning around, I stopped upon seeing the situation behind us. No way, 3 giant crabs. At such timing. Waiting on the beach were the figures of giant crabs whose kin had turned into a delicious dinner some time ago, waiting for us with their pair of sharp-looking pincers. And 3 of them on top of that. Even though we only met one of them during the day, were they actually moving in crowds too? One of them wouldn't be a big deal. Mchan could insta-kill them with ease. There was no problem even if the 2 of them came out together. I mean, Mchan could take care of one of them, while Rem the Dark Knight would take care of the other one. But, of all things, 3 suddenly decided to have a reunion. Insta-killing them was pretty much impossible in this situation. I mean, one of them would be free while Mchan and Rem the Dark Knight were taking care of their opponents. The giant crab has a tough shell rivaling that of a rock spider. Normally speaking, only Berserker or the Dark Knight could break through those shells with ease. It was still a bit too much for Rem the Third, who just strengthed a little bit stronger than her normal form. Nevertheless, though Arachne, Rem, I, and Skeleton's squad could distract the 3rd giant crab, there was the raptors crowd eyeing us from behind, in the forest. Crabs at the front gate, raptors at the back gate. Though the saying sounds much better than lion and wolf, in reality, those crabs and raptors were far more terrifying than lion and wolf. Mchan, take care of the crab. Arachne, support her. Yes. Her. For now, Mchan should be able to deal with those 3 giant crabs. There shouldn't be a problem since she also got the support of Arachne Rem. And then, with Rem Dark Knight and Rem the Third as a vanguard, and Skeleton Squad as a meat wall, we will block the incoming raptors. These raptors were much easier to handle than those infinitely spammed high zombies. Maybe those giant crabs appeared in the worst timing, as if it had been waiting for us was to avenge their comrade who became our dinner. Well, today might simply just not be our lucky day. Since the misfortune kept coming one after another as if to prove. Wait a minute, was this really just a mere coincidence? KYOA. Let's do it like usual, Rem. Spread, rotten bog. First, let's use our usual tactic, pulling them into rotten bog. Since I couldn't underestimate the raptors' jumping strength, I did my best to create the biggest bog I could make. Both Rem Dark Knight and the Third could make full use of the bog. They would disturb the monster who tried to jump over the bog. In the worst case, I could disturb their jump with Black Hair Feeler. As for the skeletons, though they couldn't move properly in the bog created on the sandy beach, it was plenty enough to allow them to fight. And lastly, I just needed to keep those raptors at bay as long as possible. I'm gonna disturb their jump with Black Hair Bind, and kept them at bay with Red Hair Twine. And then, by loading Summoner's Skull into the Fool's Cane, I could use poison which could insta-kill raptor-level monster. Here we go. Kill 'em all. This was the winning formula that we kept using even now. I also had some leeway thanks to an offensive skill called Poison. But, the flock raptors were unperturbed by those. Raptor who grew in the wild wasn't a fool. They would retreat as soon as they saw us dispatching a few of their comrades with ease, since they knew that the gain wasn't worth it. Based on the previous experience, it should be about the time for them to give up, but... KYOA. That moment, I saw a red silhouette at the edge of my field of vision. Was it just my imagination, or else? Correction, it wasn't just my imagination. There's red-colored fella mixing in amongst the raptors. Was that raptor's subspecies? Or else, their boss? Anyhow, there was no mistaking, it really was Red Raptor. If it really was raptor subspecies, the least I could hope for it was strengthened physical capabilities, and being able to breathe fire. But, since I had no idea what kind of ace in the hole it has, I had better not get closer to it for now. Where is that fella? Despite its conspicuous red color, I had a hard time finding it since it was moving way too fast. But it shouldn't be able to hide for so long in this open spar. There you are. Esha. The red raptor was, upon a closer look, not completely red, but had red stripes like a tiger. Its entire body was covered in bright red color, with long, dark brown color stripe like that of the original raptor. But its greatest feature wasn't its color but the shape of its head and tail. Its head was shaped as if it was prepared to pierce through the enemy who stood in front of it with pair of sharp horns on its head. A normal raptor had no such horn growing from its head, but the red fella had 2 horns growing from its head. There was also this thick and hard shell covering its head, making it look like a helmet. Its tail was like that of a jagged blade. Its cutting strength might be inferior to that of Night Mantis's scythe, but its length and thickness, along with its atrocious, saw-like appearance, made it look really cool. No doubt, that fella was the boss. That appearance, that presence was definitely different from your average raptor. I had to bring that guy down no matter what. Now wash your neck. You're already within my poison's range. Eat this, poison. Seeing the red raptor standing at the edge of the acid bog, and after making sure that it was already inside my line of sight, I unleashed an invisible curse, poison, toward it. This curse, which would deliver poison toward the enemy in a straight line, in my line of sight, was supposed to be invisible to the other party. Yes, it should be invisible. SHA-KUAA. The red raptor's body suddenly arched forward alongside its loud scream. And by the time I noticed, that fella had already gotten away from my line of sight. No way, it dodged. Could it be that fella could see something along the poison wave heading toward it? Or else, did it notice in that instant that it wouldn't hit by my curse as long as it avoided my line of sight? It would be okay if it was just a coincidence, but, damn it, that fella is way too agile. That fella then transformed into the red gale, running around in the vicinity of the acid bog. I tried my best to take down that fella, but its running speed, and the way it was jumping around randomly, sometimes hiding into the flock of its comrades, it kept dodging all the curses aimed toward it splendidly. Crap, my poor dynamic vision couldn't catch up with that fella's erratic movements. To begin with, aiming and shooting were something that I'm really bad at. It wasn't that I hate FPS, but I didn't like it that much either. Esha. The red raptor who slipped out of my aim then came out and unleashed a counterattack. It swung its saw-like tail toward the nearby skeletons. Naturally, the skeleton mob, which was nothing more than the weakest mob in this dungeon, was crushed like cookies when the strong, saw-like tail blade struck them. The tail that swung horizontally split the skeleton in half right from its waist. But when I tried to fire poison using that gap when it paused for a moment after unleashing an attack, it failed since the red raptor didn't stop moving after it unleashed its attack. It skillfully dodged my aim with fluid motion, stepping onto the fallen upper half of the skeleton who just got bisected. It then kicked out with its muscular rear leg and ran along the sandy beach. Seriously, what should I do now? And it was gliding. Yes, it was fucking gliding on the surface of an acid bog using the wreckage of a skeleton instead of a surfing board. Well, Rotten Bog's depth was shallow, to begin with. It wasn't exaggerated to say that its depth was akin to a puddle. That's why a corpse that fell into the puddle was enough to bury the bog. A longer preparation was needed to create a deeper bog. To create a bog like the one I used to defeat Basilisk, I made a magic circle and offered a sacrifice. Naturally, the one I used this time wasn't that, it was the one I invoked with several drops of my blood on a cursed crest. The water was shallow as usual. In addition, the strong acid that filled the bog was thicker than water and far more slippery. In short, gliding on its surface was really easy. What the hell is this fella? Poison. I kept firing my curse toward the red raptor that came close with a completely unexpected method, surfing a board of skeletons. It came close in a straight line. If that was all it did, hitting it would be easier. At that moment, the red raptor jumped. It was a splendid jump, a great jump. OCRA. Damn it, I missed it. The poison that I fired on its trajectory missed a big time when the red raptor jumped up. And just like that, it leapt straight toward me who stood on the other side of the bog. That was fast, the next poison wouldn't make it in time, it wasn't a skill that could be fired rapidly. If that's the case, black hair by a damn it won't make it in time. The raptor's claws had already arrived right in front of me. GUJ. But Rem the third came from the side, tackling the red raptor as she raised loud war cries. Rem. Goo goo, googa gaga. Anyhow, she might have come to my side immediately upon seeing the dangerous situation. She rammed her bare hand, as strong as she could, toward the red raptor. Thanks to her quick reaction, I narrowly escaped death. Shakisha. The red raptor seemed to be pissed off since it got disturbed just when it was one step away from bringing down its prey, me. Even when it fell on the acid bog, it stood up and immediately roared in rage as if the acid in the bog couldn't hurt it. Rem the third was also readying herself to challenge the red raptor again, and rushing toward the latter. The red raptor bit into Rem as if it wanted to tear her apart. Its fangs bit deep into Rem the three-road's shoulder, creating a crunching sound as it pierced through Rem's armor, and then turned around as if trying to fling Rem away from this place. Googa. In the end, it swung its saw-like tail toward Rem the third, who helplessly got thrown to the ground. That one, martial art-like strike, beheaded Rem the three-road's head with a single red flash. At that moment, I felt Rem the three-road's connection with me get cut off. She died. Poison. I fired the curse toward the red raptor that just killed Rem. But maybe because it didn't let its guard down toward my curse even when it was enraged, it dodged quickly right before I fired my curse. Damn it, how could this fella dodge the spell at such a close distance? Gisha. The red raptor then bared its fangs toward me. It could still dodge poison even when I fired it from an arm's distance. Thus, I decided to change my tactic. This time, I was gonna use Sakurai-kun's tactic, the poison smoke bullet made by Hinajuku-san's poison. Since it was literally impossible for me to hit the red raptor with its super evasion abilities, even from point-blank range I threw the ball at its feet. Poison smoke bullet was encased in a type of container that could break easily upon impact, which would trigger the poisonous-looking, purplish smoke to spread at once. Gai, Esha. The red raptor cried as if being wary of what I was going to do next, but the smoke had already entered within its range. Even if it was clever enough to dodge an attack that would come from a straight line, it wouldn't be able to dodge the poisonous smoke that enveloped it. This fella wouldn't be able to dodge the spreading poisonous smoke it ran into. But this measure alone was far from enough to finish it off. Its fangs or claws might kill me first before the poison. Thus, I had to hold it in its place. Naturally, the one I was going to use this time was the reliable black hair bind. Stay in your position, black hair by. No. Esha. A red blade. That fella's tail blade rushed toward me from inside the smoke that was hiding its figure. A moment later, I felt a red liquid dripping down from my cheek, which was followed by sharp pain. But I knew that this wasn't a fatal wound. The enemy was right in front of me. I used all my willpower to bind its limbs and used my last resort, Higuchi's butterfly knife, and the red knife. If it was at this distance, even I would be able to. Kotaro-kun. Garuru, Gaga. Mchan, our guardian deity, came from behind while unleashing her terrifying might. At the same time, Rem the Dark Knight also made her move, keeping the other raptors in check. Shaa, Kuaa, Kiaa. The red raptor reacted swiftly upon seeing the change in the battlefield. It was just one step away from killing me but chose to retreat while raising loud cries. After the purple smoke cleared away, I caught a glimpse of a red figure crossing over the bog by using its comrades' corpses. It got away her. As expected, the wild monster pulled away at the sight of Mchan's brave figure. In the blink of an eye, the battle on the sandy beach had ended, and peace returned to this sandy beach at night. And yet, I still held the two knives in my hands, unable to calm myself after such an ambush battle. Kotaro-kun. There a wound on your fa face. It's okay, it's just a scratch. Come to think of it, there was a graze on my cheek. Mchan looked like she was about to cry as she approached me, as if she was experiencing more pain than me. On the other hand, I calmed down. Bu, but it's my fault. If such a scar remains on your face, it's okay, something like a scar could be healed in no time with my ointment, that's why calm down. While soothing Mchan, who was shaken even more than me, I smeared ointment A, which had already become something akin to a household ointment, on my cheek. It stung. It had been a long time since I felt this. Sorry, Kotaro-kun, If only I was a little faster. And no, don't worry about it. I mean, you had to deal with only those crabs, but you still dealt with raptors too. She accomplished her duty as a vanguard with a perfect score. I mean, she splendidly kicked the ass of 3 giant crabs and turned the table against the raptors that surrounded her. The one who let his guard down is me. If the aim of that jagged tail blade was a bit lower, I don't think it would have ended with something as simple as this scratch on my cheek. I might have even lost my head. The reason that fella missed that attack was because of the poisonous smoke affecting its vision. I really was lucky that the melee only ended up with a scratch on my cheek. Yes, I was literally inches away from death just now. It wasn't a boss battle or battle against a classmate. I realized yet again that even a small fry could kill me if I underestimated them. I had lowered my vigilance as soon as I realized that we were up against the raptor. I thought that I had control over the situation, but I wouldn't have been put in such a dangerous situation if I didn't underestimate the enemy, and the result of this battle might change. Rem the Third wouldn't have me equals at her end, I wouldn't have received this ugly wound on my cheek, and that red raptor wouldn't have been able to get away. For example, because I was overly relying on the convenient poison, I neglected the fact that I could switch the role of Rem the Third with Rem Dark Knight once I realized that I couldn't hit the red raptor with poison. I mean, as long as I could use Rem the Third and Skeleton Squad even better, Rem Dark Knight should be able to stop taking care of those raptors. I mean, no matter how clever Rem had become, she always fought as the vanguard, thus lacking the ability to see the entire battlefield. The most she could do right now was cooperate with my plan based on the information that she knows. In short, I shouldn't participate in offense and just focus on seeing the overall situation in the battle and adjusting the plan accordingly. Let's leave this place for now. We should choose another camping place to take a rest. Understood. After collecting the minimum amount of materials and core, we took no time to leave the sandy beach that already reeking of blood after that battle. Chapter 170, Traces. It was the second day since we had been walking along the coastline. As expected, it's trailing after us. It seemed that the red raptor had been following us persistently. What a tenacious fella. Bears have a strong affinity for following their prey, but it seems raptors have the same trait too. Or else, it was simply itching to avenge many of its fallen subordinates. Whatever the reason might be, it was undoubtedly following us. The raptor had yet to come to raid our base again save for the raid that night. Yes, it was yet, but those fellas had been following us ever since. I mean, we would see a crowd of raptors from time to time. It was quite normal with another group, but the one that didn't attack upon seeing us was clearly following a command to observe our actions. Just to be sure, I tried to scout them. The combat power of the bird's corpse doll which I used for Rem to scout in the battle against Sakurai-kun was non-existent, but she'd gained an ability to scout our enemy with a bird's eyes instead. I used several bird-type Rems and spread them in every direction instead of reviving Rem the Third who was murdered, not dead, by the red raptor. And then, Bird Rem told me that she saw a glimpse of that red raptor trailing us. I wasn't so naive as to think that they merely happened to walk in the same direction as us. I had been reflecting on many things after their previous ambush. I had committed a blunder that almost killed me that time, but I had to admit that the boss of those raptors, the red raptor, was an extremely cunning fella. First, about the 3 giant crabs who appeared right there as if they'd been waiting for us to come out from the jungle might be the one who got lured by that red raptor to come to that specific place, or just scrap that might be. After experiencing a direct clash against the red raptor, I was convinced that that fella was the culprit. I'd pretty much confirmed the traits of the giant crab over the course of 2 days we spent walking along the coastline. Normally, they would sleep under the sandy beach, or loiter around the beach in search of prey. They only came out when they heard the sound of footsteps approaching their sleeping place. But they wouldn't go after us as long as we ran into the forest. We had grasped the essence of the giant crab ecology over the course of these 2 days. And the red raptor that had been living for a long time in this area was surely aware of the giant crab trait. Thus, it was highly possible for raptors to awaken the giant crabs sleeping under the sandy beach and then bait, making them come after it. And given its running speed, well, escaping from those crabs was easy since the raptor just needed to run into the jungle located right beside the beach. That's why against the kind of prey that it saw for the first time, namely human, the Red Raptor not only set the ambush to happen in the jungle, its home base, but also cut off our retreat toward the sandy beach by kiting those giant crabs over there. Was what I concluded upon post-battle reflection. I didn't care even if it was only my own delusion of seeing a monster attempting to do an MPK, monster player killer. At least, when it comes to that Red Raptor, I should go with the assumption that it had that much intelligence. Though it had terrifying combat power, the most terrifying aspect about that Red Raptor was the fact that it was highly intelligent. I mean, using the wreckage of skeletons to surf over the acid lake had already surpassed the realm of makeshift judgment. To be honest, this kind of highly intelligent opponent was far more troublesome than those muscle-brained bosses. It happened once in a while in RPG, a small fry monster whose strength surpassed that of the boss. Kotaro-kun, shall I go and beat that fella? No, our opponent is way too dangerous. It's okay, I can easily kick the ass of that Red Raptor. In terms of combat strength, you're definitely stronger than that fella, Mchan. That's why it is definitely going to avoid a direct confrontation with you. Rather, you gave that fella a chance that it had been waiting for by leaving my side. Maybe the reason the Red Raptors group was not trying to hide was so we would know about them. Firstly, after the previous ambush, the other party clearly understood our strength. They knew that they're no match for Mchan even if they pitted her against the giant crabs and surrounded her with a large number of raptors. In addition, there was also Dark Knight who could fight forever without worrying about fatigue or pain. Both of them were our team's greatest combat potential. On the contrary, everyone else, aside from them, were small fries. Knowing that the Red Raptor was definitely waiting for those two to leave my side. Had I sent Mchan to subjugate the Red Raptor might have split half of its pack to stop Mchan, and use the other half to kill me. That's why Mchan and Dark Knight absolutely cannot leave my side. I see now. To be able to see that far ahead, as expected of Kotaro-kun. No, I think that anyone who experienced that battle would come to the same conclusion. Or not, Mchan who became stronger might have not thought that much about a makeshift tactic like that. I also want to be able to solve a problem with brute force. Like a certain peerless berserker. I mean, I got this feeling that she could dodge poison with ease. Absolutely not someone who I wanted as an enemy. Those fellas might not attack us as long as we didn't show any gap. Since we're still in their home ground, they definitely are not going to give up on us that easily. They're confident that they can beat us in a drawn-out battle. Then, shall we ignore them till we beat the boss of this area? No, we've to beat them as soon as possible. It's still fine right now, but they're definitely going to start their attack after we've exhausted ourselves fighting another strong monster. In short, the Red Raptor was gonna order its flocks to attack us even at the slightest sign of us having a hard time in the battle. In that situation, it was literally a dead end for us. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problem if we could arrive at the boss room without any encounter, but it was much safer to get rid of them as soon as possible. So, what shall we do then? We need a tactic to lure out the Red Raptor and its flocks. Our skill had been revealed to those raptors in that night raid, but it didn't mean that they knew all of our skill set. Anyhow, let's secure a base somewhere in that ruin. My line of sight was directed at the buildings lined along the sandy beach. There were so many tall buildings that looked like hotels. To be honest, it reminded me more and more of Hawaii or a southern country's resort. Nevertheless, just like in the previous area, half of the buildings had already been encroached by vegetation, just like post-apocalypse ruins. The jungle was a raptor's area, but the place with the man-made building was our turf, humans. We finally arrived at the beach resort-like ruin. With so many huge buildings, there should be a ferry plaza somewhere around this place, and even if there weren't any, the buildings alone were enough to serve as our base. First, we'd to find a place for our base. By the way, that building over there is the best candidate. Among the ruin that had been covered in greens was a single building that was still in beautiful condition, for some reason. Well, its color had faded due to the passage of time, but it hadn't collapsed or cracked. In addition, the non-existing greenery made it look like the plants were avoiding that particular building. And it wasn't just the building, even the garden was free from the encroachment of nature. Was this place filled with herbicide? Or else, it might be protected by a magic barrier that preserved the building. If possible, I wished it to be the latter. Thus, we walked toward that building. We entered from the front. It was then that I realized it was just as I'd imagined. Though this building looked like a hotel from afar, from the remnant of palace-like ornaments in various places, and an atrium-like structure built until the 3rd floor, this building was definitely an important facility. Gyogyo, GYOA. And then, its Jira's employees welcomed us, the first guests in who knows how long. Since there are Jiras inside, there's a high possibility that there'll be a treasure box inside. Let's pray for that. Mchan annihilated the Jiras in a flash, and their corpses were carried by summoned skeletons. We couldn't leave nature to take care of their corpses right now after all. Their foul smell might attract the other monsters. Now, let's explore the hotel while letting the skeletons do menial, albeit troublesome jobs. It seems no one is here aside from Jiras. We didn't encounter any other monsters other than Jiras on the 2nd and 3rd floors. It was completely different from a ruined city where we would chance upon wild animals every now and then inside the building. However, I didn't feel their presence at all in this building. In the end, even those Jiras might also be looking for the treasure box. In short, the thing that drove the monsters and plants away from this place was poison, but Kotaro-kun, there's a huge Jiras over there, but it has already died. Mchan, who goes in first to clean the route, returned and reported that information to me. When I tried looking into the hall that looked like a multi-purpose hall from the opened doors, I did see the corpse of Jiras and a few other Jiras around it. After checking our surroundings to make sure that we're alone, like when ambushing Goma's trap a long time ago, we charged in with weapons in hand. But nothing happened after that. There was no trap whatsoever, only Jira's corpses left in this place. Is this an internal discord? Since this huge Jira seems powerful, I don't think these Jiras could kill it. Since that was the case, were they killed by another monster? But upon a closer look at their corpses, it didn't seem to be the case. There's a cut wound on their chests, and the sign of their core being taken out. Our classmates. Hearing the result of my investigation, Mei-chan's vigilance rose at once. She didn't forget to prepare her halberd and walked toward the entrance. Since the blood has already dried, more than half day should have already passed since the battle. I think they should have left this place if they didn't turn this place into their base. I want to inspect the corpses a bit more. I asked Rems and Mei-chan to be on an alert while I continued inspecting the corpses. Starting from the biggest one, Jira's, there were clearly traces of its core being gouged out. But the real reason for its death was that half of its head had been crushed by an extremely powerful blow. This Jira's was covered in a thicker shell compared to the one we'd seen so far. And yet, its heavily protected head had gotten smashed like that. It seemed to be done in one hit with strike-type martial arts. The other Jiras were also having the same traces all over their body. The state of their corpses was even more tragic than the Jiras, such as corpses whose heads had been blown off, corpses whose bodies dented inward, etc., etc. There's no traces of strike on this fella's corpse. These are signs of burning. Though half of the corpses of the Jiras in this place had traces of being beaten to death, the other half had been charred. No matter how one looked at it, this was definitely the result of flame magic. Also, the burn marks weren't on the entire body, they were at only certain places such as the stomach, chest, and face with pinpoint accuracy. Maybe they're holding back from using explosion magic since they're fighting indoors. Or else, they're using a fighting style that enabled them to hit such places with pinpoint accuracy. Even if I were to ignore the fact that Jira's was a small fry monster just like Goma, the battle that happened in this place seemed to be a clean sweep victory for our classmates. Well, that was only natural since anyone who reached this area had proven themselves to be quite skillful. There's no other external injury that I can find aside from these, meaning that one of these Jiras fought was a combi of a strike-type warrior and pyramincer. That dead shitty NET, Rainer aside, meant that the culprit was a duo. And the answer came upon me as soon as I concluded it was strike and flame duo. That gay couple, Ouyama and Sujino, her. Back when Yamajun and Rainer were still alive, those fucking gays appeared before us, who were exhausted after the battle in Goma's castle, and robbed us of our cause. They said themselves that Ouyama was Pyramincer and Ojino heavy warrior. What shall we do, Kotaro-kun? Shall we kill them off? Mchan was looking into my eyes with unshakable willpower, ready to hunt those fucking gays as long as I said let's kill them. Since I'd told her about the instance in which those fucking gays had robbed us of our cause, she knew that I'd already placed them under the list of my enemies. If possible. I don't want to kill them. But they robbed your cause back then, right? I knew that she was trying to say, then they shouldn't be complaining if you robbed your cause back from them and kill them off. It was a cruel, yet simple logic. It might look like I'm turning into a hypocrite if I say because they did not kill me back then. Yeah, I don't mind. There's no need for you to dirty your hands any more than this. Leave everything to me. My chest tightened a little upon seeing her smile since I had no idea whether she was serious or joking when she said that. I mean, she was a berserker after all. Don't mind about it, it doesn't affect my mental state. Tsujino's vocation is heavy warrior, and he's really strong. Ouyama's power is still a mystery. To be honest, there are too many risks to take if we choose to fight them. There was no merit even if we confronted them from the front. If we're going to fight them, we've to take them down at once with a sneak attack. We should be able to gain high ground as long as we can take down Ouyama first. Wait a minute, this might be a good chance. Perhaps it was the two of us who noticed them first while the other party had yet to discover us. Let's look for them and wait for a chance to ambush them. Foo, we're the same as those raptors, I guess. Yeah, we're currently being chased by the Red Raptor. The raptor was chasing after us, while we were chasing after our classmates. What a strange situation. One mistake might land us into being flanked by the Red Raptor and those homos, but if we played our card right, we could defeat both the Red Raptor and those two homos. Or we could guide the Red Raptor to attack those disgusting No, wait a minute, don't get impatient, me. Wasn't this just like the saying about a person who was chasing after two rabbits? Moreover, this gambling-like tactic was ill-suited to me. I'm a timid person, that's why I detest gambling-like tactics and prefer more down-to-earth tactics no matter how despicable it seems. Okay, it's decided. Let's sever our source of anxiety and exterminate that annoying Red Raptor first. We'll leave the matter of those homos for later. We set the matter of those homos aside for now and focused on the matter before us. In so doing, we could allow them to defeat this area boss while all we needed to do was wait for the right timing to ambush them. Since they had yet to notice our presence in this place, let's keep the matter as it is for now. There was a low chance they noticed us as long as they didn't suddenly turn around. Thus, we'd to take care of that stalker raptor first. Crush them one by one. Was the basic of the basic in war. Well then, let's take control of this hotel first. Understood. Well, since all the monsters had already been exterminated, we just needed to finish the others' arrangement. But there were 3 treasure boxes in this hotel whose contents had already been taken away by those fucking homos. Though I knew that it was first come first serve, I couldn't help but feel annoyed at the sight of the empty treasure box. Chapter 171, an extremely obvious decoy tactic. Presently, I was walking by myself along the sandy beach. After we gained total control over the hotel and turned it into our base, I spent my days leisurely sunbathing on the beach. Since I was using a swimsuit, it was obvious that I was unarmed. I even set another table and beach chair made from the wood around this area. With ice-cold water in my cup, everything was perfect. I bided my time and leaned on my chair, showing a defenseless state. I should be able to bait them with this, but I muttered as I looked at the beach. The one sunbathing on the beach was, of course, my doppelganger, Twin Shadow. The Red Raptor might put me on its top list, and since I didn't use Twin Shadow during our previous battle, it had no idea about this curse. That's why I could freely flaunt Twin Shadow to lure the Red Raptor. Mchan, Remdark Knight, and I was standing by the entrance, waiting for the raptor to rush toward the defenseless and half-naked me. We sealed all the entrances of the first floor with wooden boards so that they couldn't be seen from the outside. It looked like fragile plywood which couldn't defend against Raptor's attack, but all we need was cover. and simple alchemy formation was enough to create this simple structure. Half a day was enough to create them. In addition, I recreated Rem the Third too. Look Kotaro-kun, the raptors are coming out. They finally came here. Faster than I expected. They really are a persistent lot, huh? After I confirmed that the raptors had emerged from the forest, I changed my consciousness to Twin Shadow immediately. A small number of them have come out here. Those cautious bastards. The ones who appeared were only part of the flock. Most of their comrades were still waiting, observing the situation from inside the forest, not following the group who walked until the beach. Obviously, those who came out were scouts, a measure against trap. Yup, it's too obvious after all. Mchan, keep hiding. Leave this to the skeleton squad. The one who spoke was my main body. My doppelganger who was lying in the chair was rising in panic upon seeing the incoming raptors. UWA, raptors. Why are they coming out in this kind of place? I hurriedly escaped from the beach while spouting that cliché lines. KYOA. The raptors were charging at once toward my exposed back while raising cries. Wah, save me. I sent out skeleton squad while saying that lame script with a monotone. The skeletons who already standing outside of the hotel rushed toward me at once. If it were only the skeletons, their threat level should be far from enough to prevent the Red Raptor from making its entrance. Anyhow, those skeletons were running toward their master, Fake, while raising their swords overhead. KYOAA, KIA. The raptors had already arrived right behind me, but the Fake me turned around as soon as I saw the skeletons were about to arrive and ran straight into the forest without looking back. They want to avoid unnecessary combat here. But whatever, I've expected them to not eat that obvious bait. I'm sure that from the Red Raptor's perspective, what happened just now wasn't as if it was I who got careless and just by myself wouldn't make it in time. Well, at least it wouldn't know that Mchan and Remdark Knight were standing nearby. Even that cunning Red Raptor wouldn't be able to judge whether my act just now was a trap or simply my negligence. It seems we need a more detailed plan to bait that guy out of its hiding place. In the end, the raptors didn't show themselves again even when I was sunbathing again that day. Section. The next day, I used the same bait again, just to be sure. But then, it seemed way too unnatural when I was just by myself. I guess I needed to fix that part. We were currently dismantling Jayaja, an alpaca-like herbivore that just happened to wander near the beach. Well, we had to guarantee fresh food after all. I made full use of Jajiras in the hotel as the main base materials for Rem the Third. Mchan was currently teaching me and her how to dismantle the corpse for its meat. I placed 2 skeletons armed with swords to guard us nearby. These 2 skeletons would be decimated easily by the Red Raptor's troops. But maybe because they're still wary of my plan, they only sent scouts. As expected, it really didn't work her. Gabubu, GOBA. Woa, I'm not fucking calling you. Just when I thought that the raptor wouldn't come out, a giant crab emerged from the sandy beach. It seemed the smell of the blood of Jayaja that we dismantled had attracted it into coming. Can I beat that fella, Kotaro-kun? Mchan was asking my real body who was hiding at the entrance of the hotel. No, let the third, skeleton and my shadow deal with it. I had to prevent the scouts from seeing Mchan rushing out from the hotel as much as I could. The Red Raptor had most likely guessed that she was hiding in this hotel, but there was a huge difference between a conjecture and conviction. I had to manipulate the information in this way. And by the way, let's use a little bondage play at the giant crab seeing that there was no Remdark Knight and Mchan. Ah, that was really close. The giant crab lay down powerlessly after a sword penetrated the gap between its shell. Jajira's Rem, formerly known as Rem the Third, had SOSO specs, but she didn't avoid the fight against the giant crab which was armed with a tough shell. It was a really close fight. I suppressed the crab with black hair bind, moreover, the skeletons were stopping it with their life on the line. And finally Rem the Third was stabbing her blade into that gap created by us. One single mistake would send the giant crab on my way with its sharp pair of tongs, ultimately revealing my twin shadow. If the Red Raptor saw the scene in which my shadow dispersed into a mass of black mist instead of becoming splattered blood and meat, it would notice immediately that the one over there was a fake instead of the real me. That's a close fight, but They still aren't going to attack even with this her. We, who were struggling while trying our best to beat the giant crab as flashy as possible, were starting to win while sacrificing 4 skeletons. An opening for an ambush should be created without victory, but the raptor didn't even appear. As expected, the Red Raptor was still raising its vigilance toward Mchan and Remdark Knight. Maybe my solo act isn't convincing enough, but since that's the case, let's divide our force as they wish. Now we're done with the experiment. We somehow even ended up with a fresh, wild giant crab as a bonus section. That's why we're going to try the second plan for today. And the pivotal part of that plan was Rem's material. By the way, the giant crab's shell from yesterday was the best material for her armor. As for the other materials, we got them from the raptors who were beaten by us in their night raid, and a few regenerated tentacles from the high zombie bosses we had beaten before. I mean, there was only so much that Arachne Rem could carry on her back, after all, with all of our equipment included. And then, if I were to remake a new body for Rem, a whole intact corpse would be the best choice for that. We should choose the strong monster for the best result. But an extremely powerful enemy who can annihilate us is no good either. Since there was a high chance that the Red Raptor would swoop in once it detected the window for an attack, we had to be really careful when choosing the material for the new Rem. In short, we're hunting for a strong monster, but not strong to the point that it would overpower us. At the same time, we're also exploring these resort hotels, looking for unopened treasure boxes. Kotaro-kun, I've found Jiras. What are we going to do with them? The first one we found was our dear friendly neighbor, Jiras. They were just like the Gomas in the ruined city. They were exploring the resorts for items or weapons. Their equipment aren't that good, but let's annihilate them since they might be hindering our plan. At such times, we could gain an upper hand with a preemptive attack. I mean, Remdark Knight was equipped with Blackhorn bow which we had plundered from Sakurai-kun, and Rem III was equipped with a short bow made with Hinajuku-san's skill. I had poison, and lastly Mchan, the one with the highest firepower among us who could create a hell-like scene with just rock in her hands. We commenced a long-range all-out attack and annihilated the Jira's flock in a matter of seconds, and resumed our exploration without even bothering to check the Jira's corpses. In the end, we couldn't find any special monster even after wandering for a while. Most of what we found were docile herbivores such as Jyaja. This area seemed to be a peaceful heaven. The moment I thought so, I glimpsed the shadow of the superior species of Gore, the Grimgore, suddenly appearing from the shadow of the building before then hurriedly hiding back. As if it could hide such a huge figure. We should be able to stop the Red Raptor with that fella. We couldn't find a rare monster, nor did we find a treasure box. And just when I was starting to think that today's exploration was unsuccessful, we found them. Or chanced upon them to be exact. We chanced upon them when we entered a small, hall-like circular building. Bumomo, Buoa. The one raising a mad cow-like cry had ox head. Yet, it was walking on its 2 feet like a gorilla instead of 4. I guess it was okay to call them minotaurs. No, I felt that it was stronger than that due to its gorilla parts. I mean, it looked like the ox-headed version of the boss of Goliath. Yosh, I shall call you Minigorilla. There's 2 of them here. What do you think, Mchan? They're weaker than Gogma. Then, please team up with Rem to take care of them. I'll stand guard against the raptor outside. Leave it to me. The seemingly powerful Minigorilla was gonna face the power tag team of Mchan and Remdark Knight. Yeah, I could rest assured when I left the Minigorilla to them. Kotaro-kun, we're done. And then, to be honest, she massacred them with her unique skill on the first strike. I mean, the fight literally ended the moment it started. Great, this fella is the best material for the new Rem. Well then, today's recipe was as follows. The base was the fresh corpse of Minigorilla, and after she was created, a giant crab's shell would be added as her outer shell instead of armor. Raptor's claws and scales would become the sub-outer shell. And then, though I had no idea what would happen to her, I decided to dump everything that we got from the high zombie boss. Next, was the usual Mandragora, and that which was extracted from my little Momokawa. Vile's clay doll. It's done. It kept sucking in quite a lot of my mana, Made me feel lightheaded but not enough to make me fall. Gah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ooh, she has a more monster-like feel than usual. Rem the Fourth was rising from the chaotic magic circle while raising energetic cries. Rem the 4th's height was comparable to Rem Dark Knight. Her body was clad in muscle armor. Well, her base was the macho mini-gorilla, after all. No, those muscles might be the effect of the high zombie boss materials. I mean, the base body might be that of mini-gorilla, but the upper half of her massive body was just like that of a human. Her muscle didn't swell as much as the high zombie boss, but it was pretty close to it. Maybe that's just how powerful the effect of the materials taken from the boss monster was. Or else, could it be that it might be just a coincidence since the materials that constructed her were compatible with each other? Let's verify this fact later. Well then, now we had the fourth whose build resembled that of the high zombie boss, but different from that guy. Fourth had atrocious-looking ox-like head and shell that was made from the giant crab. The one barely killed by my shadow yesterday aside, there were still the other two who were slain by Mchan before, so we pretty much had a lot of crab shells. As a result, the mini-gorilla's huge frame was covered with a thorny and rugged shell. Even though it wasn't as tough as living armor's armor, the likes of Raptor's claws would hardly be able to put a scratch on it. Yup, the fourth is nicely done. Nevertheless, her specs were a far cry from Rem Dark Knight. But that was enough. Since Rem's new body surpassed the minimum requirement that I need. Next, let's try the new curse. Well, it wasn't practically a new curse though. I mean, I didn't see the usual daydream whenever I received a new curse. If I had to say, it was akin to a game's level-up skill system. 99 Ghost Empty Skull isn't actually empty. Attachment and Dying Wish are phony, and yet, it accumulates, advancing into a dead end, forming a spirit. Will it go into the path of righteousness or fall into depravity? Though I noticed that the flavor text of the explanation was as confusing as usual, I noticed a change the moment I got this curse. And that happened whenever I used Fool's Cane to summon Skeleton's core to do something. High Zombie, one of basic familiars. The skeleton is enhanced with additional muscles for its exoskeleton. The only monster I could summon by using Summoner's Skull up to this point was only Skeleton. And 2 additional basic skills, Echo and Simple Summoning Circle. That's why no matter how it was rearranged, I wouldn't miss any chance in the lineup. And that change was the appearance of the 4th skill. Rather, their real name turned out to be really the High Zombie. I mean, I knew that I had given them with such a simple name when I first saw them, but to think that it was used as an official name for the skill. Well, maybe it was named that way since that skill was given to me. Come High Zombie. And then, when I swung the cane, the figure that I was really familiar with appeared from the blood-red magic circle, along with the feeling that it sucked my mana more than when I summoned Skeleton. Oh, UOO. It scampered with all of its power like an athlete while raising lively cries. Sure enough, I successfully summoned a High Zombie. Naturally, the fellas who were called by me weren't that atrocious undead who would rush toward me on sight. It was the fellas who would absolutely follow my order. But the maximum number I could summon in one go was 7. Nevertheless, these 7 could easily crush fully armed skeleton core with their bare hands. Their power, speed, toughness were far above Skeleton's. And yet, the reason why these guys were becoming one of the small fries was simply that they're a muscle-brained monster who only knew how to charge the moment it found an enemy. But it wouldn't be the case when they're under my control. It seems the plans will go really well if we're using these High Zombie. Yup, their specs were better than what I expected, and now had to return them to the magic circle. It might look like I had learnt a new summoning skill, but this might be the power of my new curse, 99 Ghost. The number of abilities that I could use for each skull of the owner of the vocation into Fool's Cane was 3. I could be unconsciously feeling that 3 was the limit of Fool's Cane. It couldn't increase or decrease. That's why it never came to me that if I kept using it, I would be able to gain proficiency and learn a new skill like what happened in the game. But it seems such a limit was disabled by Ruin Hildesama. With this 99 Ghost, the skull was no longer a mere skull. It would gain experience and growth as if it were still alive and could gain new abilities. I mean, the advancing into the dead end might be referring to the deceased vocation holder, and it gained the possibilities for growth with this new skill. And then, whether to make it grow normally or in a strange way, everything was up to me. Since it was literally nothing more than soulless skull, it was nothing more than a weapon for a shaman. Now everything has been prepared, I won't lose this time. I've tested all that I needed to and gained more and more splendid results. No matter how cunning the Red Raptor was, it was nothing more than a monster. You're going to lose if you think that you can clash with human intelligence. Anyhow, now it was time to start the second, obvious decoy tactic. Chapter 172, Second Decoy Tactic. WOAA. Grotesque human-shaped monsters were raising war cries as they walked in the forest. They were undead monsters whose danger levels were a cut above the zombies with raw, red, naked muscles wrapped in white armor. The monster Kotaro called High Zombie. 7 of them were currently running in the forest close to the beach. Gugo, Gagaga. And the one who led them in the front was a jet black knight. She was Remdark Knight, otherwise known as Rem the First, a splendid clay doll. Despite donning a huge, full-plate armor, an enormous shield on the left hand, and a spear on the right hand, her speed rivaled that of the High Zombies. Ki, Chichichi. Upon seeing a black tree sparrow-like bird chirping and flapping its wings, the High Zombies in Rem were heading toward the direction pointed by the black tree sparrow-like bird. Naturally, the black small bird was also Rem. Weak, small birds without combat power almost didn't consume Kotaro's governing power, thus they're basically low-cost units. Their combat strength was 0, but the bird's eye's field of view along with their abilities to fly made them extremely valuable scouts. Several birds Rem were released to locate the position of the flocks led by the Red Raptor. The goal given by Kotaro was to subjugate the Red Raptor. Though the number of the flock was still unknown, Remdark Knight and the High Zombies shouldn't fall behind in combat strength. If things went according to the plan, Remdark Knight should be able to subjugate the Red Raptor. But that's only during frontal confrontation. KYOA. Flocks of raptors were rushing toward Rem and Co. from one corner of the forest. Gugaga. But now, she wouldn't fall for the same trick as the night raid back then. Remdark Knight was ready. Her sharp spear killed any raptor that dared to approach her, her shield blocking their claws and fangs. Since her subordinates, the High Zombies had no other means for an attack, aside from biting and kicking, it took them more than one attack to bring down the raptor that came at them. On the other hand, since the High Zombies' toughness and vitality were far above the skeleton, the raptors had a hard time killing them. Befitting of their endurance as undead, they endured the raptor's fierce attack. Their main role was to tank the attack and let Remdark Knight finish off the enemy. With such clear role division, Rem's troops wiped the floor with the raptor's flock. But the boss, the Red Raptor, wasn't among the attackers. Or rather, Rem had already realized that the Red Raptor wasn't stupid enough to clash from the front with her. It wasn't prediction or instinct, it was an actual fact delivered from Bird Rem, her other half. "You've finally come here. I've been waiting for you, Red Raptor." Yes, the figure of Remdark Knight stopped moving in that place after she confirmed that she had accomplished her duty while focusing her attention on her other half, who was looking at her master, revealing a cunning, yet daring smile. Section. "You've finally come, huh? I've been waiting for you, Red Raptor." The Red Raptor made its appearance, raising a growl in front of me who stood in the middle of the beach. Following it were its subordinates who were coming out from the forest one after another. Ooh-ah, I would have never expected that there would be so many of them. This fella went all out this time, huh? It seems this is going to be a close fight, huh? The reason the Red Raptor appeared before me was it knew that one of my aces, Remdark Knight, was away. I ordered her to take the High Zombies core to subjugate the Red Raptor after all. I'd be lucky if she hit the jackpot and managed to exterminate the Red Raptor, but things wouldn't go that easily. The Red Raptor was clearly planning to ambush me when the number of guardians around me had reduced. The forest was their turf. A few raptors would be enough to stall Remdark Knight in there. In fact, Remdark Knight had engaged in the battle against raptors a few moments ago. Now, her function had ceased. She was nothing more than an empty shell. Well then, come at me. With this, the only one left to protect me is Mchan. Ko, AA. The Red Raptor raised a war cry as if to answer my provocation. And that was the trigger for our battle. The raptors raised a savage roar as they rushed toward me, who was standing in the middle of the sandy beach. Rot away in the water of rotten red. Rotten bog. I invoked rotten bog with full aria. I had used this curse during the night raid back then. They were already familiar with it. That fella taught its subordinates how to bypass this one? Though the acid would cause a fatal wound upon contact, the wound wouldn't be fatal in just a short moment. If one got entangled and fell, the extended period of immersing in the acid bog would bring irreparable damage. On the other hand, it didn't mean it wasn't possible to endure momentary pain. Thus, the raptor's method to cope with this acid bog was jumping instead of running. Thanks to my training, the range of rotten bog had expanded rapidly. Not even the agile raptor could cross over in one jump. But then, they might be able to cross over in a jump or two after landing in the middle. If they kept jumping like that, it was possible for them to jump over the bog without having to suffer from the effect of the acid. Could be what they thought, right? Ouyama. The raptor that jumped in first drowned immediately upon landing on the bog. After landing with a great splash, the raptor finally succumbed to the deadly bog. It isn't just a puddle of water, as long as I did everything properly, from the start to finish. From drawing magic circles, giving offerings, and chanting properly, I could turn rotten bog into a literal deep bog. Since the proper preparation was quite troublesome, it was rarely used in live combat, but it was a perfect trap. The only time I got the chance to use this was when I subjugated Basilisk. I've been growing stronger ever since then. I too was really surprised upon finding out that the rotten bog that I invoked with the complete ceremony was bigger and deeper. If I used this during the fight against High Zombie Boss, I was sure that battle would turn into an easy mode with just rotten bog alone. But as expected, preparing bloody offerings and drawing that huge-ass magic circle brought me quite a lot of trouble. Though I used Twin Shadow to do all of those preparatory jobs, the time I needed to complete it wasn't that different compared to when I did it by myself. Well, playing on the beach had also become a good pastime while preparing for the ceremony. Most of all, it was the best tactic since that was all I needed to do. Kyoaougoo. The Red Raptor cried upon seeing a few raptors sinking at once. Since all the raptors that had yet to jump suddenly stopped in place, it seemed the cry just now was an order to stop at once. The raptors then started loitering around aimlessly around the acid bog. I was currently standing right in the center of rotten bog that deployed donut-shaped formation. Trying to circle around the bog was pretty much impossible. Though the raptors were clamoring as they tried to completely encircle the bog, none of them dared to jump. Even the Red Raptor looked extremely troubled by the depth of the bog. Or maybe, they were waiting until the effect of the acid bog wore off. But I was sure the wise Red Raptor would choose to retreat soon. It would learn that I might be laying a trap like this, and then, it wouldn't try to attack me when I stayed still again. But I couldn't let things go as they wished. We would be only put at a disadvantage the more we let the Red Raptor get away after failing to ambush us. That's why I'll defeat you in this place. It's checkmate. Well then, now is the time for the main actor to enter the stage. Jumping vigorously from the sea with a splash wasn't a humanoid fish with fin, but an extremely ferocious ox-headed monster with a pair of horns. Rem the Fourth, otherwise known as Rem Minotaurs. With a massive, mini-gorilla and high zombie boss body, clad in armor made from giant crab, she was an ace candidate despite being a new type. Dual-wielding great sword in right hand, and mace in the left which was handed down by Rem Dark Knight, she was eager to try her new form. Good girl, it seems the transfer is a success. The reason I chose a stupid plan like dividing our forces and sending Rem Dark Knight out was simply that she could return. Recalling Rem Dark Knight's physical body within a moment with summoning skill was impossible, but Rem herself could return. To be exact, her core, or should I call the essence of Rem, part of it seemed to exist within my body, thus, we're always together. The body that was created with the clay doll was no different from the duplicate that was created with my twin shadow. They were nothing more than our avatar. Thus, we could commence our swapping plan by sending Rem from Dark Knight to the Fourth, Minotaurs who had already been put on standby inside the sea. Powerful Dark Knight and Minotaurs couldn't be used at the same time. But, it was possible to make one of them move. And even though Rem changed her body, it took no mana from me at all. Around this time, the Dark Knight in the jungle was nothing more than a soulless armor. I did have my worries about leaving it alone in such a place, but since the armor was really solid and not even a raptor's claws could leave a scratch on it, we could leave it alone for now and let Rem return to Dark Knight's body later. Grrr, Kyoa, Kuaa. The Red Raptor raised a shrill scream upon witnessing the Minotaur's appearance. It started to lose its cool her. I mean, that was only natural. It felt that it was safe to attack me now that Rem Dark Knight had left, but the new one whose strength rivaled that of Dark Knight appeared out of nowhere. Wit turned the tables against him. The deep acid bog that I prepared was still ready to swallow any stupid raptor that tried to jump over it. Even if it was trying to withdraw, it would still have to fight the same acid bog next time. If it could escape from Rem Minotaurs, that's it. Ignore the small fries. But no matter what, we cannot let the Red Raptor escape. Bottomless acid bog in the front, and Minotaur's Rem in the back. I resummoned the high zombies to this place just to make sure that everything went according to my plan. Since the one who followed Rem Dark Knight had been annihilated by the raptors, I just needed to consume my mana to summon 7 new high zombies. Moreover, I added 13 skeletons as a freebie. As a result, great chunks of my mana were consumed at once to summon them. But then, the scale of this battle was tilting toward us now. And now, I just need to persevere. Yugagogo, Gugaa. Minotaur's Rem raised a war cry along with the high zombies and skeletons. Together, they were rushing toward the enemy camp, aiming to kill the other party's general, the Red Raptor. Kyoa. Thus, a grand monstrous battle between a mixed army of Minotaur's Rem plus high zombies plus skeletons against the Raptor army unfolded on the other side of the acid bog. Minotaur's Rem, whose power rivaled that of Rem Dark Knight, brandished her greatsword and mace, mowing one raptor after another. The fearless high zombies and skeletons were heading toward the raptors, opening a path toward the Red Raptor. But then, the raptors were charging toward the high zombies with a similarly fearless spirit. They tore the high zombies' bodies with their claws and fangs as they succumbed to death one after another. The skeletons were easily destroyed by them too. Then, let's increase the number. I still had some mana left. I could replenish the high zombies and skeletons anytime I wanted to. It might be seen as a poor human wave tactic, but hey, there are only 7 of those high zombies. I might be able to raise the upper limit if I kept using it though. Moreover, my mana was draining at a rapid pace. Grrr, Kyoaa, Gyoaa. Well then, now that they realized they're slowly but surely being cornered, they finally prepared her. They then looked at me who was standing grandiosely, crossing my arms on the other side of uncrossable acid bog with a look that looked like they wanted to chew me alive. It seems they finally decided to go with the do-or-die plan to kill me. Oh. All the raptors suddenly jumped into the acid bog at once under the order of Red Raptor. Black hair bind. Naturally, all of them sunk into the acid bog. No one could even touch my feet. Given the depth of this acid bog, they might be able to stack corpses up to the surface after throwing the entire raptor troops into the bog. But then, there was no way I'm gonna let you do that. Just to be sure, I hindered their movements with black hair bind and dragged them steadily into the bog. Gua, Gyoa. Death wails resounded across the battlefield. Or rather, this wasn't a battlefield anymore. This was a slaughterhouse for those raptors. I did feel bad for doing this to them, but I wasn't that powerful to be able to show some mercy to them. Guoa. Look, negligence will cost your life. The one that came from above while raising enraged cries was, of course, the Red Raptor. They failed to make a bridge as their comrades sunk into the bog, one after another. But still, it was enough for an impromptu bridge. The Red Raptor made one splendidly using of its comrades who had yet to sink completely into the bog to cross the bog to kill me who was in a completely defenseless state wearing only a trunk, and pushed its claws and fangs to prey on me. I've been waiting for this, you know. Black hair bind. I wouldn't feel any pain at all since this was only twin shadow. And since there was no such danger, the pain return didn't activate either. But still, it could use black hair bind. Since it couldn't feel pain, I could use it to fight with my all until it died. Kuwa. Ahaha. Finally noticed her. The reason you lost is you can't see through this fake me. The moment its claws and fangs sunk into my weak, white skin, the red raptor finally noticed that the one they attacked wasn't a human due to lack of blood. The shadow body, which was nothing more than a lump of mana, was truly irksome. It's awful, right? Chewing on a body that was even less voluminous than water. By now, the red raptor might have realized it was all set up to bait them to rush toward me. They might be trying to strike a killing move and restraining me. And yet, like a dying, mad warrior, they cut the black hair that bound their body with their saw-like tail blade and used their claws to tear my shadow with terrifying agility. But no matter how fast you move, it wouldn't change your fate who was trapped in there right at this moment. Ha! Reaper's scythe, no, Berserker's blade had already descended from above. Mchan, who was standing by on the 3rd floor of the hotel, leapt and descended to this place. Well, the distance between this place and the hotel aside, the red raptor would retreat once it sensed Mchan was coming. Thus, Mchan couldn't hide too close to this place, and she had to finish them off in one swift attack. This was a certain kill trap that made full use of Mchan's physical strength to jump over several tens of meters. I used my shadow to lure the red raptor into a trap, so Mchan would finish them off. Phew, it went according to plan. I, who returned to my real body after my shadow got annihilated, was looking at the scene of our victory, which comprised of the raptors scattering around as they escaped and Mchan smiling happily as she raised the decapitated head of the red raptor to me, who was watching from the top floor of the hotel. Chapter 173, Red Sport Car. KYOAA, GUGAA. The one who raised that ferocious roar was the red raptor with its burning red scales. Ooh, it's so fucking cool. I embraced the red raptor, completely satisfied with its appearance. Man, it was even more satisfying since they were used to being my opponent. Naturally, this red raptor was corpse doll. In fact, I had decided in my heart that I wanted to ride this guy the moment I caught a glimpse of it. In the first place, I had already proved the usefulness of raptor as a mount. Having pair of feet that could run agilely in any kind of terrain would be an extremely useful asset for the dungeon capture whose end had yet to be seen. I was okay with a normal raptor, but my greed triggered at the sight of this special individual. A big and splendid physique, 1 time larger than a normal raptor. 2 sharp horns grew from its head, and the red scales lent it a majestic, exclusive personalized aircraft feel. Yup, this is wonderful. It was as if I just bought a red sports car. Maybe I should nickname it Countach to honor that awesome-looking sports car. Hey, Mchan. I wonder what's the first name you'd come with if I say it's sports car? Alpha Romeo? Yosh, your name is Alpha. I mean, it would be rude to call it Red Raptor forever, right? Well then, let's test drive Alpha immediately. Hearing me, Rem the Third aka Red Raptor aka Alpha, who was lying down, obediently raised an adorable purr. Honestly, I could hardly believe that such terrifyingly brutal and cunning boss had now turned into an obedient Rem. Even though there was almost no change in its outer appearance, she was much more adorable right now. I even prepared a new saddle and stirrup for my adorable Alpha. The saddle was made with materials that I had stocked since the jungle tower, but now that I had all the materials that I needed, experience in making it once before, I could manufacture it in a better way with simple alchemy formation. I could even brag that the quality of the finished product surpassed the previous one. It was made by guessing the rough size from seeing the red raptor's appearance, but yeah, it fit perfectly. Maybe I'm more suited for a manufacturing job. I mean, most of my curse was geared for production. Don't you agree with me, Ruinhilde-sama? Anyhow, now that I had installed the stirrup and leather saddle, all the preparation for riding was already completed. Yush, let's run along the beach shore like this under the evening sun. The red new car ignited her engine as I rode on her back in high spirit, and gripping the reins, and then she dashed at full speed. So fast. Are you okay, Kotaro-kun? No injury? Fuhihi, I'm okay. Thank you, Mchan. I fell spectacularly from the ride since I was unable to withstand the sudden acceleration and was caught by Mchan, who's standing by behind in case something like this happened. Ah, the back of my head was wrapped in such wonderful air. Wait a minute, this wasn't the time to be love-struck like this. I patted Alpha's head, who returned immediately with an apologetic look on her face while making a tough man face to Mchan, who was worrying about me in order to hide the fact that I actually enjoyed her twin, Supreme Airbag. Man, my bad for that. It's definitely not Rem's fault. I mean, I tried to ride her with my extremely lousy riding skill after all. Grr. I gave words of comfort to Rem, who was feeling down. Which reminds me, when Rem received her Ashidaka's form before, I scolded her for running while ignoring my condition, motion sickness. Thus, she kept paying attention when I used her as my mount. It seems this incident had caused quite a great shock to her, since it turned out that she still had more to go with the care of the passenger. But, honestly speaking, the problem might lie in me this time for being physically unfit. I get this feeling that I might not have fallen if I had gripped the bridle stronger next time though. It seems I need the training to be able to handle Alpha when she ran at full speed. Maybe I should prepare a seat belt with black hairbind this time. The figure of me seating with a safety belt might look neat and safe, but it came with the danger of being unable to react quickly to an ambush. It was necessary when I used Alpha to escape with her during dangerous situations though. Anyhow, we've accomplished the goal of defeating the Red Raptor and turned them into corpse dolls for now. There was no more reason to stay in this resort-like hotel any longer. I felt a pang of regret, but it was time to depart. Section. The next morning, all preparation had already been put in order and my mana had restored too, so it was time to depart. Which reminds me, yesterday's battle was a rare battle in which I came to the front line despite fighting with a party. Mchan on the other hand had stayed hidden until the last moment to deal a finishing blow to the Red Raptor. Since I didn't just have Rem, the existence of High Zombie and Skeleton as my sacrificial pawns enabled us to execute this tactic. My male instinct whispered to me to execute this strategy so that she who always came out first as Vanguard could have an easier time. This was also to prevent her from getting bored of fighting small fries. After this, maybe it was better for Rem and me to fight if it was only the opponent around the level which we could take care of. But then, the chance for such a monster to come out constantly was close to impossible. It was really amazing just now, but I'm really sorry since I'm the only one who rode the Alpha. I suddenly noticed something when I saw Mchan speaking cheerfully as she walked beside Alpha. Just what kind of a bastard am I for letting a girl walk while I rode on the motorbike aka Alpha? It's okay. I don't mind at all. I was assaulted by a pang of guilt seeing her smiling innocently like an angel. Moreover, it makes it easier for me to evacuate you, Kotaro-kun, by placing you on Remchan's back during the emergency. And then, she spoke in a way that made it look like I was really weak and needed her protection. Or not. I mean, she was right on the point. I was really weak, and this had already been established the moment I received Shaman as my vocation. I mean, it's not like I could say please give me cheat-like power that makes me strong, to our Yuenhild-sama at this point. Thank you. I've been saved time and again by your words. Don't worry about me. I mean, you're dead set on riding the Red Raptor, right? UWA, for her to see through even my childish dream of riding a Red Raptor, how embarrassing. Anyhow, there was literally no need for me to prepare Rem-type mount for Mchan. The reason being she reacted way faster when she was on her feet than on her mount. At least, this had already been proven when she was using a fishing pole made with Arachne Rem's thread. Thus, I rode once again on Alpha's back and we advanced through the ruin along the beach. The one walking in the front was Rem Dark Knight, who had safely returned from the forest. Behind her was me, who rode Alpha, and Mchan by my side, followed by Arachne Rem as our transportation unit. Last in line was Rem the Fourth, Minotaurs. The matter of being unable to use Dark Knight and Minotaurs didn't mean that it was impossible to move them together. It was in the end a matter of specs. The abilities of Minotaurs, which were made from boss materials, were quite high. It was even more obvious during yesterday's battle, thus we naturally couldn't just abandon such precious war potential. In the end, I was just being stingy. Because of that, we took Minotaurs along with us as Rem Dark Knight's spare. Anyhow, we moved forward without meeting any obstacles. But upon a closer look, Living Armor, Red Raptor, Arachne, Minotaurs, the four of them looked like a splendid monster collection. The Skeleton and High Zombie were kinda like the freebies in this kind of setup. It wouldn't be strange if our classmates chose to attack us first, no question asked when they saw such a lineup. But the place we're going to capture today is just over there. It's already close by, Mchan. Understood. Everyone paused right at that moment. I also descended from Alpha. No, we had no plan on taking a break around this place. 1 block from here seems to be a similar resort hotel which we used as our base. Shall I try to take a look? Let Rem go first. We'll only move forward after she confirms the detailed situation. Kotaro-kun, are you going to kill them? That would depend on their abilities. Ouyama Daisuke and Tsujino Takashi, I had been long looking for those two. After we found their trace in the hotel that we used as our base, I made as many bird rems as possible to scout their position. My first purpose was to confirm whether Ouyama Tsujino Kombi was waiting nearby to ambush us during the battle against the Red Raptor. Though I included them in my list of hostile parties, I couldn't let them disturb our decoy tactic. Though they had yet to notice us, we might have to revise the decoy tactic to avoid taking unnecessary risks. Fortunately, Rembird's squad didn't see Ouyama Tsujino nearby the Red Raptor's troops. As a result, we managed to safely turn the Red Raptor into my personal vehicle, but it didn't mean that we could stop looking for Ouyama Tsujino after we defeated the Red Raptor. Honestly, I wanted to be spared of meeting those assholes again right after a battle. And now, we were moving forward to our second strategy, tracking them down. The bird we sent had just returned, meaning that she had already located our target. We gained a huge advantage by discovering them first. We're gonna ambush them once we see the chance, or else, just let them be in case their strength surpasses our expectation. In short, we're going to observe their movements or spying on them, right? Yup. What I needed the most was information. It was obvious that the two's combat capabilities were cut above the rest. Especially Tsujino, who was endowed with real combat skills, martial arts, and tough defense of heavy warrior could insta-kill Yamada who had the same vocation. Maybe he could easily choke Mchan just like he did Yamada. Thus, I wanted to avoid unarmed hand-to-hand combat against him. As for Ouyama, seeing the corpses left in the hotel, he seemed to have quite a lot of firepower. In the first place, fire element was something akin to flower of attack magic in another world. But then, seeing that there were almost no burn marks around the battlefield, I assumed that Ouyama could control his power very well. Having extreme control over his flame magic would make him an extremely dangerous rearguard. That was my current estimation about the two's power, but there was a high possibility that they still had an ace in the hole. Thus, I wanted to confirm their combat capabilities as much as possible by spying on them during boss battle or monster battle. Maybe we should let them take care of the boss in this area, and then ambush them right after the battle. You don't wish to kill them, Kotaro-kun? About that. I still feel some resistance to killing someone up till now, but honestly, it isn't convincing coming from me. I had killed 2 of my classmates, after all. Higuchi Kyuya and Reina Ayas. I didn't regret my action. They were enemies, that's why I had to kill them at all costs. Yeah, that was the only reason I killed them, they were enemies. As for Ouyama Tsujino Kombi, those two did humiliate me and even robbed us of the cause that we were working so hard to gather. But if you ask me whether I really wanted to kill them, my answer is no. I didn't resent them for their actions. Nor did I hate them to the point that I wanted to kill them like that shitty Reina. But still, I had a reason for wanting me to kill them. I had to remove the hostile factor preventing us from working safely as equals. In short, we either exclude them or get rid of them. Sorry. So you really aren't actively seeking murder? Higuchi was the only one who would go as far as killing someone for his own benefit. Sorry, but I refuse to become that kind of a scumbag, was what I wanted to say. Despite having such cool and prideful reason, I honestly couldn't be proud of myself for doing this. Let me rephrase it. Murder was scary. Nevertheless, Mchan and I, the two of us advancing so far into the dungeon, our progress had turned even the timid me into a cruel, killing machine. I wouldn't have felt anything if it was someone who I wanted to kill no matter what. But I would feel it was a waste to kill someone who I didn't really want to kill. Yup, it's okay. You're a kind boy, after all, Kotaro-kun. Only to my comrade, that's it. I mean, everyone would do the same. Look, those Yakuzas and Yankees were kind to their comrades and friends too, right? Foo. I know about that. That's why I'll do the job for you. There's no need for you to do the dirty job, Kotaro-kun. Yeah, thanks, but I'll feel bad if I keep relying on you on that matter, Mchan. How can you puff up your chest while saying that you'll do the dirty job of killing people for me? But still, it sounded nice when she said it with a dead serious look on her face. I mean, the powerless me who would be killed too easily by small fry's enemies got 1 in a million chance to use a super efficient killing machine which would turn me nearly invincible. I didn't even have to move an inch to kill the unarmed enemy who couldn't move on the battlefield anymore. I didn't have to kill the enemy or land the finishing blow. All I had to do was break their limbs or immobile them. But under modern laws, leaving an enemy incapacitated in the battlefield, knowing well that such an action would kill them, was prohibited. Just like leaving a baby in the car to go to pachinko parlor would kill them. Then if we really have to kill those two, let's kill them together to share the burden between us. Yeah, that's much better. It's better to be accompanied than take the burden on her own. I see, then, let's keep this as a secret between the two of us. Haha, here we go. The romantic moment was wrecked by the content of the secret that reads with blood. Anyhow, it isn't clear yet whether we've to kill those two or not. That'll wait until we have all the necessary information about them. In the end, I decided to take action with a half-hearted resolution. I feel like I'm a sorry excuse of a man for not being able to say yeah, let's kill him, to Mchan even after I went this far, but I felt that this was important to prevent me from breaking down mentally. Chapter 174, Observation Duty That Inflicts Unpleasant Trauma. Blue sea, white sandy beach. 2 shadows were running along the beach, basking in the bright sunlight. Section. Thank God I don't see that. The plan to observe them was the deepest regret I've ever felt. Currently, my twin shadow was hiding in the nearby building of the second resort hotel, which apparently became the hiding place for Ouyama Sujino Kombi. My shadow came riding Alpha and observing the two with naked eyes under the assistance of REM birds. My real body was in the middle of siesta in our temporary base. I could leave my body with ease since Mchan who preparing our meal was right beside me. And then, my shadow came to observe the situation wearing a handmade ghillie suit, ruin ver. When it started, I still had no idea whether I could find the two, but fortunately, the two appeared on the beach and fell right inside my scope of view. And that's where I used up my good luck. The two were running in their underwear. I had a really bad feeling at this point. And then, my premonition turned into reality when I saw those two come out of the hotel, hands entwined tightly. I mean, that was love. No, let's stop that. And then, things turned into an extremely disgusting R18 scene. Though I wanted to retort, "Are you guys a couple from the Showa era?" I quickly realized that they're one of those disgusting gay couples living in the modern era. Honestly, I never wanted to know those kinds of disgusting R18 scenes. My brain was fucking damned. The true hellish scene began after Sujino caught the escaped Ouyama. I cut off my connection with my shadow before it was too late. Any normal man wouldn't be able to stand that kind of scene. I asked for REM Bird's assistance before I left my post. Rem was very lucky. She didn't feel anything even if she saw that disgusting R18 gay scene. She didn't feel anything at all. Ha! I heaved a sigh to calm down. I didn't want to think anything right now. Especially men's bodies. Damn it all, I'll make sure to overwrite those disgusting memories by leering at Mchan's bombastic figure even if it would kill me. Once I return safely, I am going to look at that unrivaled hourglass figure, the round butts, and the twin melons as if licking all over it, I promise. I want to go back. My motivation to continue with this mission hit rock bottom after I saw that disgusting scene. But I had to complete this mission since it was related to our upcoming strategy after all. There was no option of backing out now. I didn't want to know the details of that gay couple's daily life, but what choice did I have? I tried to regain my motivation, but my profile was as white as paper right now. Kuin, Kiyu. Maybe because she was worried about my loss of motivation, Alpha, who stayed by my side, was rubbing the tip of her nose on me. "Ah, what an adorable girl you are, Rem. She is such a wonderful pet-like existence who heals her master's wounded heart. isn't she? Pet is family after all. But Alpha, please stoop a little since your color is way too conspicuous. Section. Though Ouyama and Tsujino managed to deal a great amount of damage to my sanity and willpower due to how often they combined, the monitoring system of my twin shadow and REM's information network made my job much easier. 3 days had already passed since I observed them. The two had yet to find out about us right now, was what I wanted to believe. In the end, all I could do was observe them from afar. I couldn't even hear their conversation. No matter how much I used REM's birds, they couldn't come too close to the two due to the unexpectedly sharp perception of the vocation holder. They might realize immediately that REM was some sort of familiar. They really were taking their time in the last 3 days. After spending a hot night in the second resort hotel, the two finally left in the morning of the 3rd day looking refreshed. Seeing that, my twin shadow rode on Alpha's back immediately to follow them. I kept chasing after them while Mchan followed from behind with my real body. Basically, I split my consciousness and solely focused on the shadow side to get more information about the two. By doing that, my real body would enter a state akin to sleep, but it was possible to move it around by placing my real body as a piece of luggage on Arachne REM. Honestly, I didn't give a damn about sleeping while being carried along like a piece of luggage. There was nothing to worry about since Mchan and REM Dark Knight were right there, and I could wake up immediately whenever I wanted to. I should measure their rough combat potential with the 2 observation networks that I built, but since the monsters that came out in this area were small fries such as Jura's variant, or giant crabs, they were far from enough to properly measure their combat potential. I feared that the only chance to get a confirmation about their real combat capabilities was once we fought them. Tsujino was dashing around unabashedly with his heavy warrior, blasting off the approaching enemies with his giant mace. Ouyama was the pyromancer who was firing fireball, otherwise known as Ignis Sagitta, and sending off support from the rear with his bow and explosive arrow. Fortunately, Ouyama was still unarmed when using his magic without any sort of cane or something along with that. Seiya, Seiya. He sent forth punches while letting out extremely spirited war cries. And then, a blazing fireball around a softball size appeared in front of his fist. His yell. Was that karate? Did he use that to replace Arya? That didn't look like your average sorcerer style, but the Ignis Sagitta must be packed with a lot of powers since it never missed its target. Like when they were surrounded by Juras, he sent forth a lot of fireballs as big as a volleyball after firing himself up with his karate-like yell. And the fact that the fireball exploded when it hit its target, scattering sparks, making it even more destructive. So his sorcery might be more powerful than your usual Ignis Sagitta. Currently, I had confirmed that Ouyama could use at least 2 spells. But at this stage, I wouldn't be too surprised if he still had 2 or 3 more spells. Come to think of it, he isn't using defense magic at all. Perhaps because he had Tsujino to act as a tank to pull the enemy's aggro, I didn't see him developing elemental defense magic like the one owned by Class Rep or Soma Sakura. Pyromancer's defensive spell should be something like conjuring a firewall, but well, things might have developed into a situation like when that Orthos was decapitated by Mchan. Or maybe, he has yet to learn that spell. Individual differences affect the growth of vocation, resulting in every individual learning different kinds of skills despite having the same vocation. Since Ouyama was using a karate-like fighting style, there was a high possibility that he would develop extreme offensive magic, but let's play safe with the assumption that he has defensive magic. Yup. Let's keep observing them force them into showing all the cards in their hand, was what I thought until I saw them arriving in front of the boss room. The boss room was a slightly open cave with a complicated creek. I had seen a lot of natural caves, but this one seemed to be made by carving the wall into some sort of temple. It looked like the Abusenbel Temple of Egypt, but the pillars and statues had already collapsed, leaving none of their original forms. But since there were numerous traces of treatment, it was obviously a man-made structure. This is definitely the boss room. Oh, let's kick their asses. Ouyama Tsujino combi entered the cave temple in high spirit. Since they had rested well the previous night, the moment they arrived, they were in top condition. Their survival life became clear after observing them. They went into hunting edible herbivores such as Jyaja for their meat the moment they found one. Naturally, they couldn't cook it as well as us, but sprinkling salt over freshly grilled meat was more than enough for starving youths. At least, their meals had been centering around meat after a diet consisting of only walnuts. They didn't show any signs of weariness from the long survival life since they're basically a fucking gay couple, so their spirit remained sky high. There might be only 2 of them, but this boss fight should be able to force them to show their ace in the hole too. Now is the only chance to ambush them. Those 2 might be able to beat the boss fairly easily. And who knows when we will be able to meet them again once they activated the teleportation. In short, these few days that I spent while enduring mental attacks called gay porn would come to naught. We're going to ambush them now. Leave it to me, Kotaro-kun. Mchan smiled fiercely as if she was gonna charge at once with her halberd, but let's hold her back for now. Let's aim for when they let their guards down and are exhausted from the boss battle. In short, we're going to ambush them right before they activated the teleportation circle. Yeah, ambushing during such a time was the worst kind of experience. But, it's my turn to do that now. Let's use Rem to inspect the situation inside. Since it was a cave, a bird would be really conspicuous, thus I created a snake form for Rem from the snake that I caught in the thicket. The had stripped, dark reddish-colored snake of medium size. It wouldn't too conspicuous even if it was creeping into the cave. Thus, it was fair to say that she would be able to sneak a peek at the battle inside the cave without being discovered. We'll be on standby until the end of their battle. Are you really okay with murdering them, Kotaro-kun? Yeah, let's kill them. I, who still was hesitating over whether to kill them or not, decided to see their strength first before making such a decision. Moreover, we were the ones who would suffer if this ambush failed because we were holding back. Thus, we couldn't show any mercy from the very beginning. Whether they were going to live or die was a problem for later. Aim for Sujino. Yes, I'm going to kill him for sure. If we had to choose which one we should kill first between Ouyama and Sujino, the answer would be, naturally, Sujino. His defense was really troublesome. We had to incapacitate him in the first strike. We had to raise our vigilance toward Ouyama's flame too, but that fella with paper-thin defense would fall easily with a single slash from a skeleton equipped with a sword. The chance of success in ambushing Ouyama was pretty high with skeleton and high zombie alone. Sujino, on the other hand, was really troublesome since the disposable summoned monsters wouldn't even be able to breach his defense. Mchan, focus on Sujino. Leave Ouyama to Rem and me. Though we had decided to take them down, I was still quite uncomfortable doing that toward someone who wasn't my target. Different from before, I didn't kill them because of a grudge, but because it was necessary. I didn't like it at all, but this was for the best. Even if we spared their lives, they would only cause more disadvantages to the other classmates because these 2 bastards were prepared to sacrifice all our classmates to survive. Yes, the time you decided to abandon your classmates. You guys became my enemy. Shah. A snake returned to my side while raising a hiss. When I looked to the side, Remdark Knight nodded in affirmation. Great, the time has come. Let's go. Chapter 175, The First Ambush Plan. After walking through the cave for a while, we arrived at the boss room. Though the entrance of the cave looked like some sort of temple, the area after looked just like a normal cave. Just a spacious boss room without a wall and door. We're currently hiding in the corner, to the right, just before the boss room. Mchan, the vanguard, was equipped with halberd for blitzkrieg. I had entrusted her with the task of planning the timing of our ambush. Mchan used her hand mirror to observe the situation in the boss room. From my position, I had no idea whether her hand mirror reflected their figures. But when they picked up the boss's core, their laughter reverberated throughout the cave. And just as I was wondering when she'd signal me, Mchan rushed in right away. Swish. Clank. It was the sound of the stone gripped in Mchan's hand thrown into the boss room. It would undoubtedly attract everyone's attention when there was a sound after the boss battle. It was simple psychology. Even in the infiltration-type game, this kind of trick could be used to distract the other party. I doubt those 2 would react like those stupid AIs in the game, but at least we managed to distract their line of sight. Phew. Mchan's figure vanished like an illusion, leaving behind only a sharp exhalation. Let's go. That was our cue, Rems, and I stepped into the boss room. A giant crab with a violet shell was tumbling over in the middle of the spacious boss room. So this guy was the boss, eh? It was huge, had 4 pairs of arms, there was something like transparent crystals growing on its shell, and it looked like it could use sorcery too, but this guy had already been dismantled. The dead boss, or rather, there was no value in the boss after its core had been stripped off. What I should worry about was the Jew that defeated this fella. The first one was Ouyama Daisuke. He looked quite surprised at the ambush. The other was our main target, Tsujino Takashi. He was carrying his mace that was used to defeat the boss and looked equally surprised but too slow. The berserker, with the jet black halberd raised high overhead, closed in faster than Tsujino could react with his mace. Where? We did it. The jet black axe blade tore through Tsujino's body. As expected of Mchan. It was a direct hit since the guard didn't make it in time and her attack broke through the infamous defense of the heavy knight. The axe blade tore through Tsujino's upper half. Blood sprayed from his wound. It was clearly a fatal wound. Though he avoided an instant death due to the toughness of the heavy warrior, it was still a critical hit. Taeka-ku. Don't worry about me, Dai-chan. Do it. Tsujino held his ground and shouted loudly despite the fact that the upper half of his body was drenched in blood. And then, though he failed to raise his mace in time to defend himself from Mei-chan's death blow, he could still grasp it with both hands. This guy hasn't given up. No, what he said to Ouyama just now worried me more. I had a bad feeling about this. Guga. From the very beginning, we planned to kill Ouyama after Tsujino. Dark Knight raised her great sword overhead, slashing toward Ouyama. How dare you do that to Taeka? Ignis wall defense. At that moment, a giant firewall stood in front of Dark Knight. Guga. That wall was huge to the point that even Dark Knight hesitated to cross over it. But she did a good job by stopping since that firewall might have inflicted a great amount of damage on her. But this is bad. Mei-chan. Fufu. Kukuku. Momokawa-kun, you should start to worry about yourself before her, you know. That voice was definitely Tsujino's. I couldn't see the situation over there due to that blazing firewall. But still, the way he spoke, it was as if he wasn't injured at all. Tsujino. Damn it, so it's just a shallow cut. As if I'm gonna die from something like this. Kotaro-kun, leave this guy to me. I am definitely going to kill him this time. Ooh, that's scary. It's hard to believe, but you're Futaba-san, aren't you? You accomplished a grueling diet to the point of becoming an unrecognizable beauty, right? I'm sorry for saying this, but I've zero interest in women. Your beauty won't work on me at all. For the time being, Mei-chan seemed to want to continue the fight against Tsujino. But from the way Tsujino spoke, it sounded like he had already healed the wound he had received from Mei-chan's surprise attack. If that was the case, then it's an all-out one-on-one battle to the death. I had wanted to avoid this situation at all costs, but it really couldn't be helped. Don't force yourself, Mei-chan. We'll do something about this after I crow. Heh, you fool. Ain't gonna let you do that. Ouyama rushed toward me from behind the firewall, his voice shrill with rage. What's the meaning of this? I assumed they'd try to kill Mei-chan first by ganging up on her and trapping her in the firewall. How dare you look down upon me, Mmokewe? Why fucker ain't prepared at AALL? You mean, fight like a man? A nice guess for a trap like you. Yes, it's just as you say. Momokawa, your opponent is me. With a snappy voice, Ouyama assumed a karate stance. I guess there was no other option but to engage in a one-on-one duel. It turned into a completely unexpected situation, but I had Rem by my side. Since Ouyama was by himself, I had the upper hand. Rem, let's beat him up. Come at me. I'm ready. Section. Why? Maiko, with her back to the raging firewall, was up against Tsujino, who remained composed despite being drenched in his own blood on his upper half. Tsujino had already taken a defensive stance with his mace, leaving no room for her to exploit. Even she was hesitant to inadvertently step into his range. For a while after that, both sides silently glared at each other, without stirring from their positions. It was at this moment that Maiko noticed something. First, the wound she inflicted had already recovered. It hadn't healed perfectly since there was still a crooked scar left behind. Judging by that and the trace of blood, she was certain that the Sujino she had attacked a while ago was real. After all, no matter how she looked at it, there was no way a heavy warrior would have a skill with a similar effect as Kotaro's twin shadow. Since that was the case, the one she had ambushed just now was definitely the real Sujino, and yet, he had recovered right in the next moment. Thus, she concluded that he might have some sort of self-regeneration skill like the high zombie boss from the previous area. She thought that he might have a skill similar to that, but then, Maiko arrived at another possibility. No way, droplet of life. Do you also have the same thing? Man, so you got an extremely rare item too, eh? It seems that her guess was correct. Droplet of Life was an emergency regeneration item she got in the palace area filled with living armor when she was still with Soma Yuto. Though it was a disposable item whose effect was to instantly heal fatal wounds. It was an item that could literally turn the tide of battle. Maiko was silently smacking her lips. Ooh, that's terrifying killing intent. Quite a beautiful face you've got there. If you give up obediently, I'll at least let you die painlessly, but for a gentle and timid Futaba-san to be able to say that, just what kind of experience you? Whops. Maiko was swinging down her halberd while closing in on Sujino. Goo, such power. Yet, Sujino managed to catch that heavy blow with the mace in his hands. But that wasn't the end of the attack. Phew, ha. Moreover, this speed. The first attack was followed by consecutive slashes. Strike, mowing down, uppercut, and thrust. With the combination of spear and axe, she made full use of the halberd's function as a weapon. But the way she brandished the Black Iron's knight halberd, boasting its oversized axe blade and extremely heavy weight, was more of a show of overwhelming violence than splendor. That brutal attack that had already transformed into a black storm was rushing toward the heavy warrior. This is why I can't get enough of doing this. Hard counter. Sujino, who barely protected himself from the brutal onslaught, invoked his defensive martial arts, hard counter against his opponent's attacks. The extremely tenacious mace suddenly flicked off the halberd's brutal strike. Something that never happened before happened. Maiko's balance crumbled. The halberd's length and mass made it an atrocious weapon, thus, a momentary gap would be created when parried. Yeah. Sujino hollered and used this chance to close in on Maiko. And instead of attacking with his mace, he punched with his right hand that held nothing. Sujino, who was originally a judo practitioner, was stronger in grappling than wielding the weapon. He aimed at the nape of Maiko's sailor uniform. Though he had never used his technique on women, the other party was a superwoman whose strength and speed were far above him. He couldn't afford to underestimate the other party. However, his hand that was heading toward Maiko's nape without any hint of hesitation ended up catching the empty air. Da. Maiko drew back her upper body and managed to avoid Sujino's lethal technique. She barely escaped, or not, seeing how her out-of-standard pair of twin mountains were also outside Sujino's reach. She had clearly anticipated his move. Sujino had never seen anyone escape from his technique with such a bizarre feat before. But, thanks to the superhuman physical abilities granted by vocation, it wasn't an impossibility. As a result, even an experienced judo practitioner would be caught off guard. Maiko's next strike arrived faster than Sujino's. She stomped her left foot and sprang in the air, showing her skirt and panties. A shot that would definitely kill Kotaro had he seen it, and sent forth a kick as she spun in midair. At that moment, her long, thick pair of legs showed incredible walking capabilities as a berserker, which convinced Sujino that his opponent wasn't a brawny gorilla. Gobu. Maiko's kick that felt like a giant hammer struck Sujino's cracked abdominal muscle. It was a clean hit, and yet, the guy withstood the attack. Any normal human who received that blow would have their stomach and innards ruptured. But a heavy warrior had two initial skills, iron skin and metal body, and added with the fact that Sujino had learned iron wall skin and iron and steel body, he managed to survive the onslaught. Though he managed to avoid fatal damage, his defense couldn't fully absorb the impact of Maiko's kick. The residual impact sent his body which boasted its sheer height and weight, floating a little in the air. Fortunately, Maiko couldn't use that chance to finish him off. The reason, the kick she had unleashed from an unreasonable position, had also prevented her from using her halberd. As a result, Maiko corrected her stance after landing on the ground again, as did Tsujino, who was forced to retreat after the previous kick. And the distance between them widened once more, creating the same situation as at the start of their battle. The kick isn't strong enough, eh? As tough as expected. How scary, for a woman to have such terrifying strength. So Mchan is stronger, you know. Ha 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 ha, he's still special even after coming to this world, eh? The fucking gay decided to escape together. No matter what method, even if they had to build a mountain of corpses. It was an extremely tough goal, and yet, he became even more annoyed upon hearing that there was still someone stronger than Maiko. I'm no match for you, Futaba-san. Feel like giving up? I'm no match for you, but I don't feel like losing either. While saying so, Tsujino retreated even further to open the distance between the two of them. Want to escape? My best plan, for now, is to buy the time by escaping from you. It's futile. Aren't you worried about Momokawa-kun? Maiko replied to that question with silence. It would be a lie if she said that she wasn't worrying about Kotaro, but she wasn't in a hurry. The reason being Kotaro wasn't by himself. Though not as powerful as her, Remdark Knight was his second most reliable bodyguard. A dozen or two fireballs wouldn't be enough to crush Remdark Knight. Moreover, there was still Alpha and Arachne standing by in front of the boss room. Skeletons or high zombies might be a tad too weak for Ouyama, but they could become meat shields for Kotaro. With such a lineup, beating Kotaro wasn't a simple matter. Thus, she had to make sure that the most dangerous of the two disgusting gays, Tsujino the heavy warrior, must be kept in check. Fu, it seems you've misunderstood something. Misunderstood what? When he went all out, Dai-chan is way stronger than me, you know? Tsujino was smiling as usual when he said so, but something about his smile made him look like a wild beast now. Maiko knew instinctively that he wasn't bluffing. Dai-chan will beat Momokawa-kun for sure. And then, it'll be 2 vs 1. Your defeat was decided the moment I teamed up with Dai-chan. Maiko was looking at the wall of fire behind her, wondering whether she should cross it even at the risk of burning herself. Oops, I'll gladly welcome if you're showing your back, of course. I won't hesitate to beat you to death with this club. Tsujino was no match for Maiko, but he would deliver a death blow without hesitation once he saw a chance. Thus, they're pretty much equal. She couldn't afford to show her back in front of Tsujino, who readied his mace. Ko Kotaro-kun. Maiko frowned for a moment but then instantly took a snap decision. She raised her face, revealing an enraged, man-eating fiend-like face befitting a berserker. Ah, that face, I know it. Futaba-san, you're maiden in love, isn't it? Turning anger into strength, Tsujino understood such feeling. It's truly unfortunate. Was it not for this situation, I would be cheering for you. It's unfortunate indeed. Now, die. Ha ha ha, I refuse. Berserker's fierce attack and heavy warrior's defense. It was time for their battle to the death. Chapter 176, Shaman vs. Pyramancer 1. Rem, let's beat him up. Come at me. I'm ready. All Rems charged towards Ouyama at once. And the one in the lead was the strongest amongst them, my prided Remdark Knight. Running beside her was Rem the third Alpha. Rem the second Arachne was standing by my side as she fired her spiderwebs at Ouyama. Solid vanguard and rear guard to disturb the other party's movement. It was simple, but in front of such a perfectly coordinated attack, Ouyama was. You-woo. I'm all fired up, muscle heat. Ouyama's body was wrapped in a pale, red aura, and he sent forth punches that were too fast for my eyes to follow. Blast. Knuck. He unleashed a straight punch, the one he called Blast Knuckle, collided with Remdark Knight's greatsword which came down from outside of his punching range. Attempting to clash blades with bare hands was insane. But then, there was an explosion when Ouyama's blazing red fist collided with the blade. Guga. The explosive punch of the blazing fist repelled Dark Knight's greatsword. The power of the explosion seemed to be quite strong since it even managed to destroy Dark Knight's stance. And then, seemingly unwilling to let go of that chance, Ouyama closed in the distance and unleashed another punch toward Dark Knight's breastplate. Yeah. The second blast knuckle managed to send Dark Knight flying. That moment Alpha used that chance to swing her strongest weapon, the sawblade tail. Yet, Ouyama had already begun moving away from that position. He unleashed a roundhouse kick toward Alpha, repelling her tail, and spun once again in midair before he unleashed another kick. A kick that sent Alpha, whose size rivaled that of a horse, flying. What the heck? His speed and power, which gave Dark Knight and Alpha a run for the money, was completely outside of my expectation. The only advantage I had left was the spiderwebs to seal his movement, but these annoying webs, burning power, fiery passion, the spiderwebs that Arachne and I had fired at him had been erased, burned to dust by the flame that was erupting from his body. He can also wrap his entire body with flame. That alone was enough to render spiderwebs and black hair, which originally were weak to fire, useless. They got burned to ashes just by approaching him. But perhaps its true value wasn't just in wrapping the user's body in flames, but in boosting the user's physical abilities as well. Furthermore, he used a power-up sorcery called Muscle Heat at the beginning, which clearly increased his physical strength. Both effects seemed to be overlapping. Damn it, there's a game-like overlap buff system in this world, Though both sorceries might actually reinforce his overall physical strength, I've been wondering just how much those two combined sorceries enhance his physical strength. I'm not done yet. Force boost, physical strength reinforcement. Another buff. Are you fucking kidding me? He had another boost. Ouyama's arms were clad in pale red light due to muscle heat, his body was clad in flame due to burning power, and there was still the shining red light due to the effect of force boost. Ouyama's red hands, which had obviously become a killing weapon at a glance, casually blew back Dark Knight, who was attempting to stand back. The heck, are your inside empty? It's fucking too light. Orea. He grabbed Dark Knight's helm with his right hand and threw her off like a tin can. Dark Knight, who had been thrown so easily that he looked like a badly treated doll, collided with Alpha, who was about to backstab Ouyama. Humph, too weak, Momokawa. The burning red Ouyama was barking at me after seeing Dark Knight tumbling along with Alpha like a bowling ball crashing on the pins. Damn it, to think that he has so many buff-type sorceries. I cursed in a low voice. I had completely misjudged Ouyama's strength. I thought that his physical strength was lower than Sujino's, whose vocation was heavy warrior, and yet his offensive power turned out to be off the chart. His power with triple reinforcement might have surpassed Mchan, the berserker. A sorcerer who was piling up buff upon buff on himself was actually way more powerful than the fighter. What kind of shitty game was this? And just as expected, not even Dark Knight could beat someone with that cheat-like skill. Since my vanguard got destroyed in an instant, Arachne Rem, who stayed by my side, came forward. So the only one left is that weak-looking spider. Take a closer look. Damn it, there are bulges on her chest. Arachne is clearly a girl. Go, high zombie. I summoned 7 high zombie to act as a meat wall and ordered them to charge at Ouyama. UOA. The 7 high zombies were rushing towards Ouyama, who was standing calmly in his place as they raised their usual loud war cries. If this was the scene in those zombie movies, Ouyama would die for sure, but the zombies were, unfortunately, just small fries in this dungeon. Momokawa, how dare you send these small fries even after knowing how powerful I am? Don't underestimate me. Blast knuckle. He punched the ground beneath his feet with his burning fist. The high zombies were then blasted into the air with a boom. Maybe an indirect explosion was enough to take care of the high zombies, aka small fries. Incapacitating small fries in one punch, that exploding punch sure was convenient. Thus, the high zombies got insta-killed without even managing to as much as scratch Ouyama's skin, but they had bought enough time for me. I unloaded Summoner's skull and loaded Shaman's skull into my cane. How about this? Poison. At this range, Ouyama wouldn't be able to dodge this no matter how powerful he became. This was my current, most powerful spell. Take this, Hinajiku style, invisible curse. What did you do just now? Something smells fishy. Crap, not even poison was working on him. Did he have some sort of resistance? Ah yeah, you're a shaman, right? Too bad. This flame is also protecting me from magic. Your weak attack will never reach me. As expected, the fire wrapped on Ouyama's body was also acting as magic defense and gave him abnormal status resistance. I mean, it obviously set his entire body on fire, and yet, neither his trousers nor red tank top got burned by the fire. His body aside, I guess that flame really did act like some sort of barrier that would protect his clothes too. Come to think of it, Soma Sakura had the all-purpose Oracle barrier too. I guess you could say that every element had its own barrier. The reason he revealed that information showed just how much confidence he had in himself. He might try to make me surrender by the sheer gap of power between us. Since that's the case, you should try to hit me. Let's see if that weak flame of yours can protect you from my pain return. Your provocation ain't gonna work on me, Momokawa. Taka has given me a strict warning about that ability. TCH, just like how I never let my guard down against them, the same went for them. Pain return could only be used once as a threat when I encountered them with Yamajun and the others. Being a smart ass, Tsujino would definitely think of a measure to counter this ability of mine in case we fought each other again. Fortunately, we're right in this place, a place devoid of traps and any sacrificial pawns to be used to kill me. It appeared that the boss room had some kind of method to keep the monster from outside from entering. I see. So are we going to just stand here and wait until Mchan kicks Tsujino's ass? That you, who is reliant on women, are saying that makes me want to puke. Hey, are you trying to say that gender equality is wrong? You should be careful what you say because you're also implying that fucking homo like you are the trash of humanity. How dare you? Wops, you better not punch me to death. I don't want to die with a fucking homo like you. After all, I'd rather die with a busty babe like Mchan. TCH, Momokawa, I guess letting you talk is a great mistake. Ouyama shot a murderous, mad dog-like glare towards me, but he couldn't land a direct attack on me. He was completely on guard against my pain return. Thus, I could survive for a few more minutes. Ouyama had too much power to the point that he could kill me with one punch, thus he couldn't attack me. Now was the time to take a gamble, but I couldn't do anything but wait for Mchan to beat Tsujino on the other side of this firewall. Once Tsujino was defeated, we should be able to do something about Ouyama. I felt bad for doing something like gambling for the chance of Mchan's victory, and that wasn't included in the off chance that she was defeated. Honestly, this wasn't the best plan and I hated this kind of gambling strategy, but I knew that Mchan could do it. Betting my life on her was worth it. Thus, let's believe in her victory. My duty was to buy time as much as possible and prevent Ouyama from helping Tsujino. I mean, he could easily send Remdark Knight and Alpha flying with his punch, but our fight was far from over. Rem, who couldn't feel pain, was tough. Remdark Knight and Alpha had already recovered. The two of them were glaring at Ouyama's back as they kept their distance from him. They're ready to cut as soon as he shows an opening. Let's take our time. The one who has a leeway is me after all. I wonder about that. The other one knows that you're fighting against me after all. Ouyama was starting to move. Arachne Eye, Remdark Knight, and Alpha rushed as if to protect me. What the? Did he have some sort of fire spell that could negate the effect of my pain return? Just what in the world was he trying to do to overturn this situation? And when I was observing him vigilantly, Ouyama suddenly walked away from us. He was approaching the corpse of the crystal crab, the former king of this room. Humph, Ora. Ouyama held onto the pincer of the crab, raised it with his triple enhanced strength, then threw it towards me. You were. Ah, that was close. You're gonna die too if that giant crab hits me. The corpse of the giant crab boss crashed right in front of me, sending sprays of some of its blood residue along with a loud crashing sound. It seems he wasn't serious about using this crab to kill me. I mean, throwing it directly counted as attacking me, so if I got crushed to death, the same would happen to Ouyama. Momokawa, I know the way to beat you. Burn till nothing is left. Ignis Blast. The moment Ouyama raised his hand, a pillar of fire rose up like a flame dragon. I could perish quickly from the flame radiation. UWAA, What's with this heat? But he didn't unleash that fire on me. The one that Ouyama aimed at was the crab's corpse. He unleashed his flame toward the crab's corpse as if to cremate it right in this place. Ah, the smell of baked crab was really appetizing. Feeling hot now, Momokawa? What? I'm asking, are you feeling the heat now? Of course, I am. Like hell, I didn't feel the heat when I was standing right in front of a deliciously baked crab. I mean, I was already drenched in sweat now. And thanks to my vocation as a pyromancer, heat means nothing to me. At most, it feels like a warm breeze. That's literally similar to the hidden status of each vocation, just like the poison that I concocted. Thus, it was only natural for pyromancer to have something alongside heat or fire resistance as their hidden status from an early stage. That's why this heat is nothing for me. But you must be starting to feel the heat, right? When I was literally drenched in sweat almost twice as fast as before, I finally managed to understand what Ouyama was trying to say. Yeah, pain return can't do anything against this heat. As expected of Taka. How's that, Momokawa? Feeling helpless now since I only grilled the corpse of the boss. The likes of you can't do a shit against me. The unleashed flame released heat that couldn't be countered by pain return. Because the heat that I felt was coming from something burning in front of me. Hey, do you know what the upper limit of body temperature that a living human body can withstand is? To maintain a normal life, the limit of the body temperature was around 45 degrees Celsius. More than that, humans would normally die. This was a well-planned trap that made extensive use of flame magic. Ouyama attempted to drain my stamina and kill me by raising the temperature in the area as well as my body temperature. Will I perish as a result of dehydration? Will my heart rate increase? Will my brain be the first to burn? Whatever it was, the increase in air temperature had put my life in jeopardy. So the countermeasure is the fire itself. If I were you, Momokawa, I wouldn't move from your current position. Ignis defense can be activated much faster than you can make your move. If you try to cross the firewall, you will only end up killing yourself for no reason, and it is not an attack either. He may not have used a firewall to surround me because he wasn't sure whether my pain return would counter it or not. But the same was true for me. Furthermore, he could consider how using so much fire would affect Sujino, who was fighting Mchan on the other side of the firewall. In a nutshell, this was the maximum amount of fire that he could use. Nevertheless, this amount of heat was more than enough to kill me. Fuha! Even the air I breathed felt like it was burning my lungs. And because the area around me was the firewall that Ouyama erected immediately after the ambush and the corpse of a boss crab that had been baked to the proper temperature, the temperature would only rise with each second. I wouldn't be able to survive for too long. Sauna was one of my weaknesses. 5 minutes was the longest record. I wonder how long I could persevere in this kind of temperature. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Even if I didn't die, it would be the end of me if I fainted. In that situation, how long could Mchan handle Sujino's defense and Ouyama's firepower? Well then, what are you going to do now, Momokawa? What should I do now? I'm in a pinch. Chapter 177, Shaman vs. Pyromancer 2. Crap, I really have no idea what to do about this situation, but this was something I was used to, and every time it happened, I barely escaped. I assumed that with perseverance, last-minute bravery, and quick wit, anyone could do it. Yes, it happens all the time, a flash of inspiration to get you out of a bind. What's happening, Momokawa? This isn't the time to be dazed, right? In this kind of heat, 5 minutes went by in a flash. As this unpleasant heat coiled around my body, I was already drenched in sweat from head to toe. I really wanted to jump into the Fairy Plaza's water fountain right now. If possible, along with a Mchan in her bikini. It's so hot. Your head is slowly being roasted, right? Shut up. Who do you think is to blame for my developing erotic delusions as a result of my desire to escape this scorching hell? Do you think I'll cry as a result of this? Dream on. Phew. Calm down. Remember, there must be something that I can still use. My head wouldn't calm down because I was surrounded by heat instead of the pain I was used to feeling. Or rather, This was something I didn't expect. Normally, when confronted with a situation like the approaching armored bear, I would act like a gambler, but… No, wait a minute, speaking of armored bear, how did I manage to beat that guy back then? With red mushrooms poison. What are you talking about? Reciting a poem before you die? Can you shut up for a minute? The red mushroom I mixed into onigiri and hamburger was undoubtedly the main reason the armored bear died, but the clincher was something else entirely. I raised its body temperature with red fever, and tore open its stomach with pain return. Thus, the armored bear died. It was a historical moment when I defeated an armored bear using only my initial skill. Without it, the current me would no longer exist. Whoops, this wasn't the time to bask in my past glory. Yeah, red fever. I completely forgot about its existence because it was super shitty abilities whose only effect was to cause a slight fever in the target. I mean, it could literally win the most useless skill of Shaman's award. Yes, only red fever could win such an award among all skills. Considering the situation during my fight with the armored bear, the sparkling red fever was a sign of the target's rising body temperature. In short, it would make the other party feel uneasy due to the fever. Since that was the case, I should return this cursed heat that I was feeling to Ouyama with my red fever, even if it was only a little bit. Naturally, Ouyama was completely different from the armored bear back then. He wouldn't suffer from high fever. On a side note, this light fever was by no means lethal. But, let's just hope that it's lethal. In short, it was nothing more than a bluff to fool the other party. To sum it up, first, I chant the aria in secret and hit Ouyama with red fever. It was by no means lethal, but Ouyama would definitely sense the oddity, namely his rising body temperature. That was my plan. Foo, how's that, Ouyama? Your heat seems to be countered by pain return. Yes, I spoke in a way to make it look like my skill had upgraded in the middle of battle. Otherwise known as the new power of pain return. This was a counter to Ouyama's tactic, which was built around the fact that my pain return couldn't counter indirect heat. I hoped that Ouyama would reconsider this tactic based on this fact. So he would be doubting my words. But he also shouldn't have the courage to confirm the fact. And before I noticed, the heat around me had subsided. It seems Ouyama was looking down on me. Or maybe, he was literally looking down on anyone he considered weak. That guy, like the spirit beast of water, Seiram, would never expect me to turn the tables on them in the form of mutual destruction. As a result, Ouyama would definitely avoid such a result. He would undoubtedly employ a different strategy once he realized that the heat could be mitigated. If he did so, Ouyama and Sujino might have another plan to kill the shaman. Before that, red fever might not be able to bypass the burning power's resistance. I mean, even before that, his buff cancelled poison, only leaving behind a strange smell. So let's just prepare another counterplan in case this plan fails. Continue bluffing until he couldn't tell the difference between right and wrong. But let's give it a shot and see if it works. Think of another strategy if this one didn't work. After all, I could withstand this heat for another 5 minutes. Yeah, let's do this. Rem, listen to me, Ouyama might show an opening after this. When you see it, attack him with everything you've got. Sure. Arachne, who stood in front of me, replied with a cry. Yes, here we go. Put a curse into thy body, it shall fall into an endless fever. It was an aria that I chanted for the first time in a really long time, but it strangely felt familiar to me. Well, it might simply be because it was one of my oldest skills. It was really ironic that I had to rely on my most unreliable skill in this kind of situation, but please make it work so that I can get out of this pinch. Red fever. I invoked my first curse while locking Ouyama's figure, making sure that I didn't miss it. And just as I had expected, that effect was… What the… my body. WW had happened to me. WH, I fucking did it. I was also taken aback by Ouyama's exaggerated reaction. His eyes widened as he sensed the abnormality in his body. Yeah, let's keep going on until he believes in my bluff. If I'm not mistaken, the remark I planned for this outcome was, Foo, how's that, Ouyama? Impossible. My reinforcement has vanished. Ha! For some reason, His reaction was different from what I had expected. My reinforcement has vanished. I definitely heard him screaming those words, but it really has vanished. The red light and flame that enveloped Ouyama's body had really vanished. Muscle heat's aura, burning power's flame, and force boost's light. The special effects of all the 3 reinforcement skills had vanished altogether. What's the meaning of this? Damn it, what in the hell are you doing? Okay. Ha 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 ha. Idiot, you've already fallen into my trap, Ouyama. WHAW hat. Fuck, I was the one who wanted to say that. But now I had solved the problem with his reinforcement. Your body isn't hot, it's as if you've caught a cold, right? So this feeling as if I caught a cold is caused by your damned curse. Yeah, this is the true power of my first curse, red fever. Cancelling reinforcement type magic. Wait a minute, I see, so that's the effect her. The moment I said those words, I hit upon a realization. Red fever could cancel buff, in other words, it was a debuff skill. Red fever causes the target to feel feverish. I was always vexed whenever I remembered the time when I, who was at the bottom of despair, was given this skill with nonsense flavor text. But it wasn't until recently that I realized the seemingly simple flavor text concealed a profound meaning. Causing the target to feel feverish means that no matter what kind of condition my opponent was currently in, it would be replaced with fever. Thus, even if the target used a power reinforcement or speed reinforcement spell, it would be replaced with fever by using red fever. It never got the chance to shine since none of my enemies ever used a reinforcement spell until now. And even if they did, they went to naughty. No, wait a minute, come to think of it, something similar happened the first time Mchan consumed Goma's drug. Mchan, who drowned as a result of Goma's drug, slaughtered the Gomas who surrounded me before rushing at me after all Goms had been slaughtered. I recall she stopped biting into my neck after I used red fever on her. Could the effect of red fever have neutralized her excited state at the time? Despite the obvious foreshadowing, I only realize the truth now. Well, I guess the fact that I was desperate at the time played a big role in this. And anyway, since red fever could not only cancel buffs but also debuffs, didn't that mean this most useless skill was actually the most OP skill? He. I've had faith in you since the beginning, red fever Sama. Can cancelling reinforcement skill. Damn it, to think that yo hide such ha. As he roared, Ouyama desperately tried to dodge the spiderwebs fired by Arachne. Come to think of it, I did tell Rems to attack when the other party showed a gap. Googaga. Kyoa. Rem Dark Knight and Alpha charged from behind at the same time as Ouyama revealed an opening. TCH, these fuckers. Yuwu, Ignis Sagita. Ouyama retaliated by launching a barrage of Ignis Sagita at the approaching Rem Dark Knight. Though it did slow Rem Dark Knight's rushing speed slightly, it was far from enough to stop her. Gisha. Rem Dark Knight was acting as a tank, using her shield to stop the barrage of Ignis Sagita, with Alpha rising on her shoulder. Alpha, whose jumping ability was one of its most prominent when it was still alive, closed in on Ouyama at once from Rem Dark Knight's shoulders. KUH, Blast Knuckle. Ouyama countered Alpha's swooping attack from above with his exploding fist. Alpha's claws collided with Ouyama's burning fist at that exact moment. Gu-ware. Kaboom. The sound of an explosion resounded along with Ouyama's scream. It seems their clash ended up in a tie. 3 long bloody lines ripped through Ouyama's red tank top. Alpha's scale color, on the other hand, appeared slightly sooty, as if there was no damage at all. It seemed that Blast Knuckle couldn't display its full potential without muscle heat. Grr. Sha. Alpha quickly adjusted her stance before leaping at Ouyama, who was still perplexed by the wound on his chest. Yugagogo, Gugaa. Furthermore, Rem Dark Knight, who had finally been freed from the barrage of Ignis Sagita, was closing in with her greatsword raised high in the air. Yuwu, one more time. Burn, my body. Muscle heat. Red fever. The flame-like red aura that Ouyama unleashed dissipated into a haze as soon as I countered it with red fever. No doubt about it. Red fever erased the effect of the reinforcement spell. Ouyama, on the other hand, Could use his reinforcement spell even while under the influence of fever. Only to have it cancelled again by my red fever, that's all. It was straightforward but effective. Damn it. Ouyama wore a defeated look on his face when I sealed his most powerful weapon, the reinforcement spell. When Ouyama's reinforcement spell was sealed, he could still use his offensive Pyromancer spell, but it was ineffective against Rems. His only advantage was a long-range attack, but Rems was closing in on him. Dark Knight stood in front of him, raising her great sword above her head for a strike that would undoubtedly end his life, while Alpha's saw tailblade came from the side. Ouyama, who had lost his 3 buffs, had no way of defending himself against Rem's combination attack. Daic a third party suddenly appeared between the two sides. It didn't take a genius to figure out who this was, Tsujino Takashi. Perhaps he sensed instinctively that his partner was in grave danger and thus leapt across the still-burning Ignis wall defense. Tak. How dare you, to hurt my Dic Haren, seriously. He attacked twice with his huge mace as he yelled. The mace, which was loaded with raw power, struck Dark Knight and sent Alpha flying. Despite the fact that Alpha's saw tail blade ripped through Tsujino's body, she received a counter due to her heavy warrior tough body. Tsujino, in short, was tanking the attack with his tough defense. Tsujino stepped in like a hero to save Ouyama, who was in danger. Ah, I made it in time. Did you get hurt, Dai-chan? Taka, you idiot. Why are you going this far for someone like me? Yeah, Tsujino was an idiot. Ouyama would have died if not for Tsujino's interruption. But I had learnt a lesson from Yamajun. Such an act was pointless if the person who came to save you died. As a result, I could express some sympathy to Ouyama, who was in the same situation as me when Yamajun saved my life. Naturally, it's because Goobhu. Tsujino's flank emitted a massive black blade. Its razor-sharp, jet-black tip pierced the steel-like body of the heavy warrior. Phew, that's one down. As she said those words, the berserker walked out from behind the firewall. Her gait was light as if she were going for a walk, and she held no weapon. It was a hurtling halberd that had pierced Tsujino's flank. Perhaps that halberd had been launched from the other side of the blazing Ignis wall defense with full berserker power through the hole created by Tsujino, who passed through the firewall to save his gay partner and pierced his defenseless back. Yeah, Mchan and Tsujino were also fighting on the other side of the firewall that was created to isolate me. Berserker and Heavy Warrior were vocations specialized in combat. Unlike shamans like me, who had to rely on underhanded tactics in battle, their fights were extremely fierce, with no room for error. He was literally asking for it when he recklessly turned his back on Mchan in the middle of a fight to save Ouyama. And Mchan, who had transformed into a merciless berserker, wouldn't let go of that opportunity. And no way. Lies, Taka. Sorry, Dai-chan. You've to run. Ouyama stood dumbfounded in front of his gay partner, who had been skewered by Mayhalberd Chans as if it were karma. Tsujino, on the other hand, had already given up hope of winning. Tsujino, the brawniest and tallest man in the class, had already collapsed on his knees as if he had lost the will to fight. As he vomited blood, he barely prodded his knee, urging Ouyama to flee. The hell you're talking about? Like hell I'm going to escape. Like hell I'm going to save myself while leaving you to die. Don't worry about me. You have to escape, Devin. Tsujino pushed Ouyama's body back at that moment. Ouyama collapsed on his back, screaming like a frail girl. Seriously, you're a man, aren't you? My bad, Tsujino-kun. We have no intention to let go of Ouyama-kun, you know? I mean, both of you have already been marked as Kotaro-kun's enemy, after all. Saying so, Mchan unsheathed her sub-weapon, the cursed sword dismemberment demonic butcher's knife. Ruen. Run, dang. You've to survive, Ellie. Don't worry, I'll make sure to bury you two in the same hole so that you can suffer together. Tsujino could only manage to urge Ouyama to escape. At that moment, the berserker mercilessly grabbed his head. Mchan could easily grab his soft Mohican-styled hair and plunge the sword blade, which was wrapped in an ominous aura, into his thick neck. Wait, stop. Please don't kill Taka. Please, Taka is my EVE. It's okay, Dai-chan. Sorry, We can't be together till the E. That's all he could say before Mchan, who shuddered seeing the exchange between the two gays, beheaded Sujino. Stoop. Too late, Sujino's head had already separated from its body. Dismemberment demonic butcher's knife easily tore off the heavy warrior neck, which was supposed to be really tough. Mchan moved her hands like Sujino were a piece of meat to be butchered. Her movement was completely natural, as if it had been programmed into her muscle memory. Perhaps this was the second human, classmate, that was killed by Mchan. And yet, it was as if she had been used to this situation. Now then, Ouyama-kun, any last words? Mchan, holding the dismemberment demonic butcher's knife in her right hand and Sujino's decapitated her in her left, asked the trembling, pale-faced Ouyama with an angelic, merciful smile. Worry not, just count the spots on the ceiling and it'll be over in a flash. No pain, no suffering. Just like Sakurai-kun and Hinaju-san, eh? Strangely, we had mourned them properly. Where smoke? Ouyama's body emitted a pitch-black smoke as he screamed like a madman. Mei-chan's face stiffened for a moment, and the next moment, she had already wrapped her arm around me. It's just smoke, eh? Sorry Kotaro-kun, I let him escape. Thanks to Mei-chan's quick reflexes, by the time I realized, she had already carried me to the corner of the room. And by the time the dense black smoke in the center of the room dispersed, Ouyama's figure had vanished. His vocation seemed to be quite versatile, as he had even learnt a spell that allowed him to escape a predicament. I reckoned it was just like Shimokawa's Aqua Mist, all or nothing. Ouyama's was combat mage. We'll go after him, right? No. It's enough. But he's dangerous, we can't leave him to his own devices. This is enough. I don't think we should do more than this. I wondered just what kind of an expression I had when I said that. It was a pity, but I saw no reason to kill someone who had already been reduced to that state. But Mei-chan, who wholeheartedly accepted my decision, was even more amazing. She simply hugged me silently. The warmth of her skin thawed my frozen heart and pierced my bones. Crap, what should I do now? At this rate, I'll be very horny very soon. Let's get away from this place immediately to avoid future trouble. Yeah. I reluctantly withdrew from her embrace and took out the boss core that had already become our target. Thankfully, Sujino was the one who had been holding onto that core. After we put everything in order, we transferred safely. Nonetheless, despite the fact that our ambush was a huge success, I couldn't get used to the feeling of killing a human. Whether it was because I didn't get my hands dirty this time or because she could kill Sujino without hesitation, or because I saw how close the two had become in the last few days, I was impressed. I didn't want to think about any of that right now. But I think I understood what Higuchi meant when he said you'll regret this, albeit just a little. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 178, Hot Flesh and Blood. Huff. 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 Ouyama, who was about to run out of breath, stopped running. He strained his ears as he readjusted his breath, trying to catch the sound of any possible pursuer. He sighed as he realized there was nothing but the sound of falling water. He sighed yet again as he realized he had managed to shake off the shaman and berserker. Huff, huff. Taka. Sujino Takashi died to give him a chance to escape. Ouyama could never forget his final moment. Damn it. Why? Naturally, what Ouyama wished for was for them to fight together and open their way up to survival. But the reality was cruel. The loser had no right to choose who would survive, nor would they get such a chance. Like hell, I want to survive by myself. Taka, without you. His sense of loss and regret was nearly crushing him. Had he known that things would turn this way, he would have rather died with Sujino. Yet, the reality was cruel. He survived by himself. Even after he knew that he was doomed to die, Sujino took the risk of showing his unprotected back to the berserker just to protect Ouyama. But whether it was because he was following Sujino's last will or because he was terrified of the berserker who easily slaughtered Sujino, it didn't matter anymore. At the very least, he had no idea why he escaped. He was furious with himself. Angry for losing to Momokawa, who he had always regarded as a coward and looked down up. And this very attitude had ended up with Sujino saving him from mortal danger. He was truly powerless at that time and could only run with his tail between his legs. It was truly an unforgivable act for him. But he couldn't go back anymore. Sujino was already dead. What should I do? Taka. The person who usually replied with a gentle smile was already gone. Damn it. Without you, my life is. The other party was the sole reason for him to survive in this world. And yet, he failed to realize how dangerous life in another world was and had been busy looking down on someone for his girlish appearance. That error had caused irreparable damage to him. Wait for me, Taka, I'll go to your side soon. Committing suicide was the only option for him right now. He took out a utility knife. The first thing that he felt when he was about to slit his own throat wasn't fear. He strangely felt at ease since he knew that he would reunite with Sujino. Yeah, this is for the best. I could just forget about everything. But, is it really okay to do this? Goo. Damn it. The sound of a knife falling to the floor resounded throughout the cave. Damn it all. Like hell I can reunite with Taka in this way. As the last one left, Ouyama Daisuke still had his own pride as a man. I'm the reason for our defeat. Taka died. Because of me. And yet, Ouyama was forgiven. If there was heaven and they reunited there, it would be a moving reunion. But no. Even if Sujino forgave him, he couldn't forgive himself. It ain't time to meet Taka before I get my revenge. His survival instinct reignited once he vowed to get his revenge. Strangely enough, he didn't hate Kotaro or Maiko who killed Sujino. He had already accepted Sujino's death as a result of the battle with their life on the line. But it didn't mean that he didn't want a rematch. Momokawa, Futaba, I'm not gonna die till I kill both of you. I'll survive till I get my revenge. Ouyama, who fell into the darkest moment of his life, was burning with renewed fighting spirit. Committing suicide was easy, he could do that any time. Since that was the case, he could only charge ahead like a demon of revenge, unafraid of death. Only after he got his revenge could he reunite with Sujino with pride. Losing him meant losing half of his life, thus he didn't even think twice and gave everything to his revenge. He had lost his reason to live. To be a man, you've to be strong. Yes, power, I want more power. His mind and body were roiling with fighting spirit. Shaman Momokawa and Berserker Maiko's combi was truly powerful. The current him could not defeat both of them on his own. He had to rely on himself now that he had lost Sujino. The road ahead was painful and difficult, but there was nothing else awaiting him beyond that goal. But he saw it as a punishment because he had survived on his own. Wait for me, Taka. I'll avenge you after I become strong enough. So until the... As he was about to finish his sentence, a water droplet fell on the nape of his neck, causing him to pause and look up. Damn it, what the hell is this? Sticky liquid. Ain't water at all. He reflexively wiped the nape of his neck and found out that the liquid was really sticky. Moreover, it released an extremely bad stench. The heck, this is disgusting. What kind of bug is that? When he raised his face to see the origin of that mysterious mucus, he saw that. Ing. That was clinging closely to the ceiling like a spider. Though its outline couldn't be seen due to lack of light. That silhouette resembled that of a human. Drools kept spilling from that mouth. Hi! Ouyama screamed as the sight of that sent a chill running down his spine. The reason being, that appearance was too disgusting. Why? The fact that it barely spoke made it clear that it was a human. That has a flabby fat body and looks shabby. As if that wasn't enough, it was naked. There was only something that looked like the remnant of pants that covered its crotch. That ugly, obese figure was definitely a human, and yet, the way it was clinging to the ceiling like a lizard was akin to something that came out straight from a horror movie. But, the most terrifying thing was the fact that he could vaguely guess its identity. Why Yokumichi, you? The face that was staring in his direction with dirty-looking oil dribbling from his hair was that of one of his classmates, Yokumichi Hajime. Class 27 was filled with a lot of characters that he hated. One such was the delinquent Higuchi or weak-looking Momokawa, but Yokumichi Hajime was the #1 guy who invoked his psychological disgust. He was excluded from the class due to his repulsive attitude. He had all 3 traits that made his classmates hate him: repulsive personality, obesity, and clothes without any hint of cleanliness. That feeling intensified even further for a gay like Ouyama. He might cry even louder than a girl if his ass were groped by someone like Yokumichi. That was just how much he hated Yokumichi Hajime. But that was also the main reason he could recognize Yokumichi's face. Fu. Meat. Meat. Yokumichi's cloudy gaze was fixed on Ouyama, who stood dumbfounded. Ouyama's hair stood on its end. He used his magic immediately. The one in front of him wasn't a classmate that he could talk with, it was just a starving monster. His survival instinct that had been trained to its utmost in this dungeon survival was ringing non-stop, telling him to attack first. Uoo, Ignis Sagitta, a huge fireball unleashed from his fist toward where Yokumichi was clinging at. He retreated as he fired once, twice, thrice but Fuzha. Something like a long and thin feeler repelled the exploding fireball. Out. He tried to dodge the incoming feeler, but it was faster and coiled around his ankle. He felt his foot go numb along with the sharp pain. He then realized that the feeler might have paralysis poison. But it wasn't enough to paralyze Ouyama's entire body. Damn it, don't think that this shit can stop me. Ha, muscle heat. Ouyama kicked the feeler coiling around his ankle with his left foot as he felt power rise in his upper body. Ngio. Yokumichi roared an indescribable roar on the other side of the smoke created by the exploding Ignis Sagitta, possibly because he felt the pain. Yuck, what a disgusting guy. My bad dude, I don't even want to punch you with my fist. He planned to keep Yokumichi at bay with a ranged attack. It was a ruthless decision. Ouyama focused his entire power on his fists. Nuirate. This time, instead of just one, several feelers arrived at the same time, accompanied by that agonizing wail. 6 feelers flew at the same time, making the sound of cutting the wind. He took a stance as if gathering power. Then his right leg began to lose sensation. Ouyama had failed to avoid the 6 feelers due to 2 overlapping factors. TCH. The feelers then began to wrap themselves around his other limbs, neck, and chest, sealing his movement. Though his body felt heavy as a result of the paralysis poison's overwhelming dosage affecting his nerves, Ouyama was unfazed. Don't look down, me. Burning power. As he was engulfed by the flame-like aura, power returned to his body. Burning power had the power to negate abnormal status just like how it negated the poison bullet fired by Kotaro. Even if his body had already been affected by the abnormal state, the effect was diminished due to the purification power of the burning flame. The paralysis was already gone, and the feelers that were wrapping around his body were about to be burned to a crisp by the flame. Even Ouyama couldn't stand the thought of being taken down by uncool Yokumichi's feeler. As a result, he concentrated his mana in his hands in order to increase his firepower and burn the filthy Yokumichi to cinders with his next attack. After the smoke cleared, Yokumichi's body that was hidden behind it was also revealed. This was the first time Ouyama saw Yokumichi's appearance along with the feelers that were coiling around him. N-A-A-A-H, nu. Even Ouyama couldn't help but scream like a girl. Those feelers were coming out of Yokumichi's mouth. In other words, his tongue. The tongue that stretched and branched into several feelers looked like a fantastic organ of some sort of monster. But since it came out of Yokumichi's mouth, it was undeniably his tongue. Ouyama's disgust reached new heights when he realized that the filthy man's tongue, which no other man dared to approach, was licking his body. He lost his mind at that point. He completely forgot about casting his most powerful attack spell and focused solely on escaping the disgusting clutches of the feelers as soon as possible. His movements became irrational as if he was attempting to stay afloat while being unable to swim. This created a fatal gap. Bibigac who. Seeing that opening, Yokumichi fired an electric shock. Predation skill. Power generator organ. An organ that creates thunder magical power. Yokumichi, who gained an organ that generated electric power in his body, was able to discharge electricity throughout his entire body. He let out a bestial roar akin to the beast from which he obtained his power generator organ, followed by an electric discharge from his tongue. GUA. Ouyama wailed in agony as his entire body was ravaged by an electric discharge, and he collapsed helplessly on the ground. Yokumichi drew back his tongue, possibly because he judged that the prey was already incapacitated, and then approached the prey that had already lost their means of movement. Get wa. Yokumichi, who had descended from the ceiling, was approaching Ouyama with his 4 limbs like a wild animal rather than walking like a human. Meat. Though he could barely speak like a human, the way he walked on all 4s with drool dripping from his mouth and a clearly lost face showed that he had lost his mind and turned into a beast in the truest sense. And as if to demonstrate the fact, Yokumichi was lapped at his lips with his metamorphosed, branched tongue. The skin around his mouth tore apart until his ears, just like the famous woman with a split tongue, as if to make it easier for him to eat more of his prey meat. But it was his densely packed, crooked fangs that were the true horror. His razor-sharp fangs, hard-looking molar, and a row of crooked teeth that grew without a sense of unity were enough to elicit feelings of repulsion and fear. And that eerie mouth still hadn't finished its transformation. Yokumichi's horn was beginning to grow from the side of his face. Or rather, it appeared to be a massive jaw. It resembled Calicera in a spider or scorpion. Yokumichi's face was no longer human. With his Calicera wide open, he resembled a repulsive monster. Monster. Thus, the famished monster dashed toward his prey. Meat. St stay away, sa save me, Taka. Nu. Ouyama forced his paralyzed body to flee from the monster Yokumichi, crying out in despair like a girl. He attempted to get back on his feet and flee the scene. But he failed, and all he could do was crawl like a lowly bug. And even that was too slow. Just like a butterfly caught in a spiderweb, resistance was futile. You can't run, meat. Contrary to his savage, bestial roar, he surprisingly unleashed a swift and powerful attack that could instantly kill his prey. And that attack came from a long, scorpion-like tail growing from Yokumichi's back. It was an ominous-looking tail with a violet-colored tendon and a black-luster shell. The tip was bright red, big, and sharp like a spear. Predation skill. Deathstalker's poisonous spear telltale of a giant scorpion that contains an extremely powerful neurotoxin. The red scorpion's poisonous spear struck right in the center of Ouyama's defenseless back that was trying to crawl away from Yokumichi. The hypocrite homo who accused Momokawa of being sissy turned out to be the real sissy. Ha. The stinger, which transformed into a 30 centimeters long knife, mercilessly pierced Ouyama's back. But then, the overwhelming effect of neurotoxin didn't even allow Ouyama to scream in pain. Soon, his body could only twitch. Fuha. Though neurotoxins are terrifying due to their paralyzing effect, the most terrifying aspect is that the target is fully conscious. Now that Ouyama was completely paralyzed, he could only watch in terror as the monster Yokumichi crept closer and closer to devouring his prey. Yokumichi's extremely foul stench aside, the sight of him walking on all 4s caused extreme humiliation and fear because it looked like he was about to be raped. Ouyama had an epiphany when he reached his lowest point of despair. I shall pataki. What I'm doing. Yokumichi, who had escaped from extreme starvation, regained his sanity after consuming fresh prey. Fuck, I lost my sanity. And then, he noticed that he had just eaten another one of his classmates. There was a pool of blood on the floor. And yet, not even a piece of bone or meat remained. Everything had already been eaten till there was nothing left. Though he ate every part of his prey until there was nothing left, he apparently did not eat his prey's clothes. Instead, he unconsciously peeled away the clothes before eating, much like peeling shrimp shells. This Gakuran's trouser. Does that mean I just ate? A man. Yokumichi was writhing on the floor, his face contorted, as if he wanted to vomit, but the taste of hot flesh and blood in his entrails was real. Originally, the gender didn't matter for cannibal, it was still delicious. Damn it, ain't have any idea who the bastard is, but I shall forgive him just this time. It can't be helped since it's an emergency situation after all. Yokumichi finally consented after writhing on the floor for a while. He had no idea who the classmate he had just eaten was, but he did recall that he had become severely malnourished. Everything started when he was teleported into sandy soil with almost no living creatures. That fucking desert stage. That desert was part of the dungeon too. Yokumichi managed to capture a huge desert area all by himself. The monsters that lived in the barren desert area where resources were extremely scarce were also extremely cunning in nature. Yokumichi had eaten every single inedible monster he met in the desert area. He devoured a rock-like lizard, a centipede chimera-like bug, an extremely nimble cactus, a yellow-colored rat that can fire electricity, and, finally, the huge scorpion-like monster, Deathstalker, who had been waiting in the boss room. Though he ended up losing his mind due to extreme thirst and hunger along the way, since he kept moving forward relying solely on his survival instinct, he managed to beat the boss and safely break through the desert area. Whatever, Deathstalker is really strong, so the one that I ate should be quite powerful too. Oh, here it's Siomi's predation skill. Ouyama Daisuke's fire sorcery reproduce part of mid-rank and low-rank fire spells. Ouyama Fire Fist style enables close combat with fire system reinforcement spell. Damn it, it's that fucking Ouyama. Why did I've to eat that fucking homo of all populi? Aside from Higuchi, who NT-read his Yukiko, and the delinquent Ryuichi, a hot-blooded looking man like Ouyama was the type Yokumichi despised the most. Especially since he noticed that the way Ouyama looked at him at times was similar to how the girls looked at him when they were repulsed. What kind of filth did I just eat? Tea? That fucking sweaty retard is going to make me smelly too. Damn it. Quickly get out of my body, you fucking homo. Despite his regret upon knowing that he just ate a man, and homo on top of that, the ability he got was worth it. The ice spell he gained from eating his first victim, Nagai Yukiko, was limited to part of low rank. That was only natural given the individual had never attempted to improve her abilities. However, in Ouyama's case, perhaps because he advanced so far in this dungeon, he learned a portion of a mid-rank spell in addition to a low-rank spell. As if that weren't enough, he even incorporated those spells into his own unique combat style, Ouyama Flame Fist style. Fuheihei, this is it. With this Tendao fire isn't scary anymore. Up until now, he could only excrete mucus with high heat resistance or fur with heat resistance, but now he gained the true power of Pyromancer. That power brought with it true heat resistance, which shielded him from fire attacks. Damn it, when will the revenge event against that DQN Tendao arrive? I shall never forget that Discra. Ooh, the smell. Suddenly, a certain smell tickled his nose. The cave was filled with the smell of blood, but Yokumichi could smell the finest fragrance amongst the stench. This smell, Kotaro-kyan, HHE's close by. Like a trained police dog upon detecting the smell of the criminal, Yokumichi was pushing onward through the cave. Fortunately for him, the path was straight. There was no mistake, Kotaro Momokawa was right at the end of the tunnel. Yokumichi's tension was rising non-stop as he followed the smell that kept getting stronger the closer he was to Kotaro. Uoo, Kotaro Kwun is my waifu. The open plaza that he rushed into at his full power was already empty. Is this the boss room? And it has been captured too. The corpse of a grilled giant crab lay in the center of the room. When he sniffed the place, he noticed that, in addition to the smell of Kotaro, there was also the smell of Ouyama and other people mixed in with the stench of blood. It seems they just fought another classmate right after beating the boss. And then, after meeting Ouyama and sniffing an unknown smell of another person mixed in with the bloody smell, he left the scene, assuming Momokawa Kotaro had already won the fight. Damn it. Yokumichi ended up crying tears of blood upon realizing that he had failed to eat Kotaro yet again. I missed him, agent. Yokumichi, who had transformed into a grotesque-looking cannibal, was crying like a girl in love, but in the form of a savage beast. End of Volume 8.